Good afternoon, everyone. Pray be seated. Call on the member for Fund of the Isle, St. John West, for prayers.
Let us pray. Prions le Seigneur. O Lord, our heavenly Father, high and mighty, King of kings, Lord of lords, and the only ruler of princes, who dost from thy throne behold all dwellers upon earth. Most heartily we beseech thee, with thy favor, to behold our most gracious sovereign Lord, King Charles, and so replenish him with the grace of thy Holy Spirit, that he may always incline to thy will and walk in thy way. Endue him plenteously with heavenly gifts, grant him health and wealth, long to live. Strengthen him that he may vanquish and overcome all his enemies, and finally after this life he may attain everlasting joy and felicity, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Dieu plein de grâce, nous vous implorons humblement en faveur de la province en général, et plus particulièrement du lieutenant-gouverneur et de l'Assemblée législative, assemblée en ce moment sous l'égide de notre très pieux et gracieux souverain. Qu'il vous plaît de diriger et de faire fructifier leurs délibérations. Pour votre plus grande gloire, la sécurité, l'honneur et le bien-être de notre souverain et de notre province. Que toutes choses soient par leurs travaux si bien ordonnées et établies sur les fondements les plus solides, que la paix et le bonheur, la vérité et la justice, la religion et la piété puissent régner parmi nous pendant toutes les générations. Pour eux et pour nous, nous vous demandons ces faveurs et toutes les autres qui sont nécessaires, au nom et par l'intercession de Jésus-Christ, notre divin Seigneur et Sauveur. Amen. Together let us pray the Lord's Prayer. Ensemble, prions notre Père. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Car c'est à toi appartient le règne, la puissance et la gloire, pour les siècles des siècles. Amen.
Introduction of guests. Minister responsible for la francophonie.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is indeed a pleasure to be able to welcome guests here to the People's House. So I'll ask them to stand as I introduce them. We have Richard and Aaron LeBlanc, who are from my riding of St. John East, and we have Cheryl Beddoe, who is from the Minister for Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour. They're here to watch the proceedings today and to watch the the second reading, of the Missing Persons Act. So they were great drivers behind this happening, Mr. Speaker. So I want to thank them for being here. Thank you for all the work that you have done to get us to this point, and welcome to the People's House.
Minister of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And like my colleague, it is great to be back to normal and welcoming guests to the gallery once again. I do want to recognize a number of people in the gallery today who are real advocates for people with disabilities here in our province, Mr. Speaker. And they're great community leaders right across the board as well. I want to start with Haley Flaro, the Executive Director of Ability New Brunswick, and Sarah Wagner, the Executive Director of Inclusion New Brunswick, and Ken Pike, who is the Social Policy Director for Inclusion New Brunswick as well. And also with them today, someone who's no stranger to this House, Mr. Speaker, but a 30-year friend of mine, the former member for Oromocto, Jody Carr, who is also with them for the same reason today. There's going to be some important legislation being tabled by myself later this afternoon. And I just want to welcome all of these folks to the House today. This province is truly blessed to have advocates like this fighting for people with disabilities in this province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Messages of condolence. Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in sympathy and respect to speak on the passing of Phyllis Irene Robinson of Woodstock, who passed away on Saturday, October the 22nd. Born in Peel, Phyllis graduated from Heartland High School in 1957 and New Brunswick Teachers College in 1955. She taught 4 years in Carleton County, 5 years in Sunbury County, and 2 years in Quebec. She also taught in Germany when she and her husband Claire were posted there with the Canadian Forces. After Army life, they settled in Jacksonville, and Phyllis taught Sunday school at the Jacksonville United Church for so many years. She was a member of the St. James United Church, NB Anavets Unit 95, Heartland Legion and Ladies Auxiliary Branch 24, the Conservative Party of Canada. I ask my colleagues to join me in expressing sympathy to Phyllis's sons Mark and Keith, her sister Catherine, grandsons Gordon and Logan, great-granddaughter Justice, and chosen daughter May Atkinson, and family, and everyone who knew and loved Phyllis Robinson.
Member for Fredericton South and Leader of his party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to extend my deepest condolences to the family and friends of Emile Viennot of Esconobidich, who passed away on October 24th at the age of 76. Emile was known for his kind heart, as a hard worker, for his strength. He loved his family dearly, he loved his 2 dogs, and he loved old cars. As his son, Curtis Bardiabog, told me, he was a good man. Emile was predeceased by the love of his life, Isabel Bardiabog, and their infant son, John Joseph. Emile is survived by sisters Gloriana Robichaud, sons Brian, Curtis, and Chris Bardiabog, stepchildren Megan Morgan, Leo, Carolyn, Joanne, and Jeannie, along with 26 grandchildren and 15 great-grandchildren. I invite all members in joining me in extending condolences to the family and friends of Emile Viennot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Minister of Local Government and Local Governance Reform.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. I would like to take the time to remember Noel Mullen from Moncton, who passed away on September 17th, 2022. An entrepreneur, Noel Mullins founded Kelton Transport in 1997 following a successful career with Midland Transport. Under his leadership, Kelton Transportation, located in Caledonia Industrial Park in my riding of Moncton East, has become one of Canada's leading transportation and logistic companies. A well-respected business leader in our community, he is remembered for his generosity towards many local charitable organizations and sports teams in our community. Those who knew him would say that a more loving, caring, selfless man would be hard to find. He changed the lives of many. He will be greatly missed by all who knew him. But for Noel, who lived by a golden rule of family first, there was nothing more important than his loving wife Sandra, his children Melanie, Jamie, and Brandon, and his grandchildren Xavier, Lauren, Caleb, and Alexis. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join in extending our deepest condolences to his family and all of those who are touched by Noel's friendship and generosity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Messages of congratulations and recognition. The member from Moncton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in friendship and pride to offer congratulations to Larry Nelson, Order of New Brunswick nominee and resident of Moncton South. An exemplary citizen, businessman, and philanthropist, Larry has embraced and supported bicultural nature of Moncton with enthusiasm and understanding, and is considered a very positive life force to all those who know and have worked with him. Larry is a selfless contributor to all aspects of life in our community. Most recently, he presided as president of the IAAF World Junior Track and Field Championships and is currently co-chairing the World IIAF Junior Hockey Championships. But Larry has always demonstrated that he truly wants to make Moncton a better place in which to live. Through his many community involvements, such as organizations as Rotary, the Moncton Hospital Foundation, the UDM Excellence Campaign, and the United Way, Larry has truly made a positive difference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Deputy Edmundston Madawaska-Sombre.
Monsieur le Président, le 26 octobre dernier, REFAM a décerné le prix Entrepreneur 2022 à Heidi Franqueur. Jeune mère dès ses 15 ans, elle a su se tracer une voie avec sa première entreprise à l'âge de 20 ans. Heidi ouvre Beauty Boss by Heidi, salon en esthétique d'où elle gagne la confiance de ses clientes. Avec sa passion pour le monde de la beauté, elle décide de créer sa propre ligne de cosmétiques sous la marque Boss Appeal, qui est instauré à Edmundston, Dieppe et Montréal. Sa troisième entreprise fut créée avec sa sœur, qui œuvrait déjà dans le domaine de la gravure. Les sœurs avaient le rêve de travailler ensemble, mais à la suite du décès de sa sœur, Heidi a décidé de poursuivre leur rêve. Maintenant, Golden Awards and Specialties fait la gravure, la vente de trophées, médailles et articles promotionnels. Heidi est une femme qui déborde d'énergie, de projets et d'ambition. Elle passe sa famille avant tout et reconnaît le travail d'équipe incroyable avec ses filles et son mari. Félicitations Heidi et bonne continuité dans ton avenir.
The Deputy to Kent North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in the House to congratulate Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva for beating the far-right incumbent Jair Bolsonaro in the Brazilian presidential election on Sunday. After a divisive campaign which saw two rivals on opposite sides of the political spectrum go head-to-head, Lula won the presidential election with more than 60 million votes, the most in Brazilian history, breaking his own record from the 2006 elections. This will be his third term after previously governing Brazil for 2 consecutive terms between 2003 and 2010. He will take the reins of a country plagued by gross inequality that is still struggling to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. Approximately 9.6 million people fell under the poverty line between 2019 and 2021, and literacy and school attendance rates have fallen. He will also be faced with a deeply fractured nation and urgent environmental issues, including rampant deforestation in the Amazon. I invite all members to join me in congratulating Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva for his success at the recent presidential elections in Brazil.
Deputy to Bathurst West Beresford.
Monsieur le Président, la semaine passée, nous avons eu la chance d'assister au retour d'une activité de grand impact et d'importance, soit le gala d'intronisation au Temple de renommée entrepreneuriale du Nouveau-Brunswick, parrainé par l'organisation JA Nouveau-Brunswick. En plus de servir comme collecte de fonds importante pour JA, cette soirée nous permet de mettre en valeur quelques individus qui ont vraiment su démontrer comment il est possible d'avoir un succès retentissant dans notre province. Comme il est souvent la coutume, les lauréats ont servi d'inspiration pour jeunes entrepreneurs de tout âge. De plus, ils ont pris l'occasion de mettre en vedette les causes qu'ils tenaient le plus à cœur, démontrant ainsi que le succès entrepreneurial n'est souvent pas très loin du succès philanthropique. Je demande donc à mes collègues de me joindre afin de féliciter Bill Jones, Gary Keenan et Terry Malley, tout nouveaux intronisés du mur de la renommée entrepreneuriale du Nouveau-Brunswick.
The Deputy to Restigouche-Shilleur.
Monsieur le Président, je suis fier aujourd'hui de prendre la parole à cette Assemblée pour reconnaître des entreprises de chez nous qui se sont démarquées lors du plus récent gala de la Chambre de commerce de Chaleur. Félicitations à notre gagnant dans la catégorie plus de 10 employés, le foyer chez Annie, pour la catégorie des femmes en affaires, Southern Comfort Villa, et dans celle d'entrepreneurs immigrants, Ordinic de Beresford. Du côté des jeunes entrepreneurs, nous avons Denko Électrique. Le gagnant dans la catégorie du tourisme fut le Festival Blues de la Baie de Petit-Rocher. Je demande donc à mes collègues des deux côtés de l'Assemblée à me joindre et féliciter ces entreprises de la région Chaleur et toutes celles qui ont été en nomination lors de cette soirée. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Members, I would just like to remind you that according to the agreement with all members, 1 minute is the allowed time for condolences and for messages, congratulations. And so I'd ask you to adjust your messages accordingly. Statement by members. Deputy to Bathurst West Beresford. Bathurst West Beresford. Statement by members.
But I had a question. Mr. Speaker, during last Friday's question period, as my colleague was asking excellent questions about the troublesome launch of the heat pump program, we had the Minister of Energy get up and, as is his practice, celebrate how great of the job the government did. But when it came to the launch, he was quick to add that government is only the shareholder and that NB Power would look in and see what went wrong. Then on the next question, the minister responsible for ONB got up and she said that she and the Premier were both very concerned on how this program was launched, and they would be looking into it. Get under the hood is what I believe she used for her term. Good answer. So is it NB Power? Is it government? Is it both? Is it neither? If this is the quality of messaging that is used prior to the launch of a program, I agree with the second minister. The Premier has every reason to be concerned.
Order. Member for Fredericton South and Leader of his party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the numbers of homeless people sleeping outdoors has increased significantly. Outreach workers are seeing people who are homeless for the first time thanks to rent evictions. Homeless rural New Brunswickers are increasing in number and migrating into the cities. And the number of people with such serious mental illness or addictions that cannot be housed without extraordinary supports has grown significantly. In Fredericton, it was only a few years ago that 40 people were sleeping rough. Today it's 130 or 140. And 40 of those fall into that category of people with complex needs who will not go to shelters because of mental illness or addictions. Tries like, Mr. Speaker, to house those folks, it's very difficult unless there are wraparound services to support them, Mr. Speaker, and that is what's necessary. Without them, they are facing a very perilous winter as we approach that time of year. So, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Health needs a plan. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
The member for St. Croix.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud of our government for introducing the Missing Persons Act. This bill will ensure that police agencies have the necessary tools to continue searching for our loved ones, even if it appears no crime has occurred. This, sadly, is something my community is all too familiar with. Braden Tebow from St. Stephen was last seen on Fredericton's north side, July 31st, 2017, when he was 17 years old. Braden was a grade 11 student at St. Stephen High School who was described as funny and sarcastic, a star athlete, a devoted grandson, a beloved brother to 5 siblings. His mom, Amanda Frigo, has been living every parent's nightmare. She has not heard from her son since his disappearance. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank this government for taking the necessary steps to ensure there are fewer hurdles in the search to bring our loved ones, like Braden, home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Deputy to Kent Sud.
Monsieur le Président, depuis que je suis critique en matière de langues officielles depuis plus de 2 ans maintenant, je n'ai cessé de mettre de la pression sur ce gouvernement pour assurer que la révision de la loi sur les langues officielles soit effectuée dans les délais prescrits avec des actions qui verront un renforcement de cette loi. Malheureusement, ce gouvernement s'obstine à traîner la patte quant à l'acceptation et la mise en œuvre de recommandations faites il y a plus de 10 mois. Je rappelle qui veut écouter que le gouvernement, selon la loi, avait jusqu'à l'année dernière pour débuter la mise en œuvre des actions découlant de cette révision. Or, nous espérons toujours, non seulement pour ces actions, mais à savoir ce que ce gouvernement va faire. Ce délai est inacceptable, Monsieur le Président, et démontre encore une fois le dédain de ce Premier ministre envers cette loi. The Official Languages Act is above all other laws in the sense that it must be enforced throughout all government activities, laws and bills. It is clear that this Premier is not giving it the importance it deserves. People are noticing and they will remember. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Deputy to Kent North.
Monsieur le Président, le capitalisme est mauvais pour la santé. Vous voyez, Monsieur le Président, le capitalisme est un mode de production basé sur la croissance infinie. En santé, ça veut dire que ça prend plus de malades, plus de problèmes à régler, puis moins de monde impliqué. Pendant plus de 50 ans, conservateurs et libéraux ont ignoré les signes avant-coureurs comme l'inversion de la pyramide d'âge. Coupures à gauche puis à droite, dégradation des conditions de travail, pénurie prévisible, bureaucratisation excessive, gestion autoritaire et privatisation sournoise font que nous sommes aujourd'hui pris avec un système de santé en crise. Le gouvernement va se prendre une bonne police d'assurance, mettre le tout en feu, puis cacher in sur des nouveaux revenus, laissant derrière elle la résilience, la démocratie et la bienveillance. Un système de santé qui fonctionne pour le bien commun doit être démocratique, doit redonner du pouvoir aux travailleuses et aux communautés sur les enjeux de santé, respecter les intervenants de première ligne et d'être centré sur la prévention. Mais pour ça, il faudra qu'il nous reste de quoi.
Member from Moncton Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, last week's speech from the throne highlighted initiatives we are pursuing to create vibrant, sustainable communities and a world-class education system. One of these highlights was the expansion of the free breakfast program from 50 schools to 110 through Food Depot Alimentaire. Mr. Speaker, we know how important breakfast is to get our day started and our minds working. No child should have to struggle through a school day on an empty stomach. The funding will go towards milk and dairy products, eggs, fruits and veggies, cereal and more. The best part, Mr. Speaker, is the majority of that food is grown local right here in New Brunswick. Because, Mr. Speaker, a healthy and strong province begins with healthy and strong children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Leader of Shediac, yeah.
Mr. Speaker, in the last few weeks, there have been a few announcements on housing, energy, shelters. An announcement can be a good thing. It can provide information, give hope, appease anxiety, give details. It's very important. Maintenant, où la connexion ne se fait pas, Monsieur le Président, et littéralement, parce qu'on parle d'énergie Nouveau-Brunswick, malgré toutes ces bonnes intentions, il y a des débranchements agressifs qui se font d'énergie Nouveau-Brunswick dans les régions rurales de la province. On n'a jamais eu autant de personnes dans les rues dans l'histoire de la province du Nouveau-Brunswick. Les jeunes professionnels qui débutent sur le marché du travail et les personnes âgées à revenus fixes sont maintenant anxieux plus que jamais parce qu'ils ne peuvent pas se payer de loyer. Donc, le message de la population au gouvernement est clair. Si vous faites des annonces, donnez-nous des réponses. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Deputy Member Cook,
Mr. Speaker, workers deserve security, rights and living wages, and in the context of the climate crisis, that means a just transition as part of climate justice. Workers in sunset industries, like fossil fuels, need to be retrained and supported to find meaningful work in sunrise industries, like renewable energy. And the demand for jobs is there, Mr. Speaker. People want to put solar panels on their houses, small businesses and community centres right now. They want to get off expensive heating oil and replace it with an energy-efficient heat pump and efficiency retrofits. The new UN emissions gap report states that the only way to limit the worst impacts of the climate crisis is a rapid transformation of societies. The Premier needs to get his head out of the sand and realize that fracking cannot be a part of our energy transition. Instead, he needs to invest in renewable energy and energy efficiency while supporting workers along the way.
The member for Fredericton York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, we heard our speech from the throne, and I think it painted a great picture of everything New Brunswick has going for it. Part of what makes New Brunswick so great is its natural beauty, and a lot of that beauty comes from our forests. We work hard to ensure that our forests will be long-lasting for the benefit of all, and I'm proud of the work we're continuing to do to make sure that they stay healthy and productive. Our new legislation surrounding private woodlots will see that New Brunswick private woodlots are sustainably managed with improved civiculture and long-term protection plans. We're closing the gaps to make sure that all of our forests will be here for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions to the chef de l'opposition.
Mr. Speaker, after spending the weekend watching what's happening with labour relations in Ontario, I can't help but think what's to come in our own province. And let's not forget that our Premier paid Premier Doug Ford a visit not too long ago to trade notes. But the Higgs government has a dismal record when it comes to labour relations. Let's not forget what we saw last year, the animosity, the strike that we saw. 2019 with the nursing home workers was no better, Mr. Speaker. What is to come next? Now we're seeing threatening language in the speech from the throne when it comes to labour relations, talking about strike votes, lockouts, designated workers, and the like, Mr. Speaker. To me, this signals that we're going to see another hard line on negotiations with the upcoming round with the teachers in this case, Mr. Speaker. Why is the Premier proposing changes to the Public Service Labour Relations Act in advance of the next round of negotiations?
Honourable the Premier.
Now, Mr. Speaker, the fear-mongering starts, or does it ever end, Mr. Speaker? We have put that in place in the discussion in the speech from the throne in order to have a clarity on an outdated act, Mr. Speaker, that's been around for decades. And so the idea is let's see if we can avoid altercations like we saw in the past. Let's see if we develop a system that actually works for both employees and employer, Mr. Speaker. I don't think this is any reason to start pontificating about what could come, what might come. Mr. Speaker, we want an effective labour relations program. We want to have effective agreements because, Mr. Speaker, we have a province that's on the move. We have a province that in every sector is growing and thriving and going well beyond expectations. But we have challenges that go with that, Mr. Speaker. Challenges in health care, challenges in housing, challenges in homeless, Mr. Speaker. Challenges in a working wage, Mr. Speaker, that works for everyone. So what we want is we want a team that works together to find solutions, Mr. Speaker, and that means good agreements, Mr. Speaker.
The Premier speaking of all these challenges, but all of these challenges could be remedied by fair wages for these people that he's negotiating with. But he continues this hard line, Mr. Speaker, and it's not fear-mongering. He did meet with Premier Ford just a few weeks ago, and Premier Ford is now introducing legislation, the exact same thing that the Premier suggested in his throne speech, except they're going one step further with the notwithstanding clause. Well, we see that here as well. They've done it before, Mr. Speaker. But the government has a duty to bargain in good faith, and that's what we're asking for. This is not good faith bargaining. They can present their position and stand firm behind it. That doesn't go against the principle of good faith. But when they're doing threatening language here with respect to making amendments to the Labour Relations Act, that is not good faith, Mr. Speaker. Will the Premier explain what specific measures will be taken to restrict the right to strike in New Brunswick?
Honourable Premier. Well, Mr. Speaker, I know the speech was difficult to hear, but I assume that the member opposite actually read it. Because there was no threatening language there, Mr. Speaker. It was actually to update an outdated act. It was actually to have consultations with the different labour groups to do what's right, do what's fair, do what's reasonable. And, Mr. Speaker, to try to make a connection with my visit to Premier Ford, I mean, that is a real stretch, Mr. Speaker. I know that it might help the narrative and whatever might catch is kind of the typical process that we would have seen for many years from the Liberal Party. But, Mr. Speaker, the fact is we want to have open, frank dialogue on consultations that will allow us to have a labour relations path forward, because we don't need to have disruptions in our province. We don't need to have disruptions in any aspect of the services we deliver, because people are depending on us. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? More and more people every year. Every minute, actually. We're up to 820,000, I think, right now, Mr. Speaker. It's 50,000 more than it was 2 years ago, or in that range. So, Mr. Speaker, it's quite amazing. We don't want to disrupt any of that, Mr. Speaker.
Président, il parle de vote de grève, les délais de préavis, les désignations de travailleurs essentiels. Il menace de faire des changements à la loi. Il parle d'avoir un dialogue ouvert. Pourquoi pas avoir un dialogue sur ces items? Pourquoi pas négocier? Pourquoi il vient ici et puis il veut mettre en force une loi sans négocier avec eux sur ces items? On sait que le Premier ministre veut utiliser la législation pour contourner les négociations de bonne foi. Les enseignants sont depuis février 2021 sans contrat. Ils sont dus du respect de ce gouvernement. Pourquoi est-ce qu'on va par des discours du trône pour menacer de faire des changements? Je demande au Premier ministre d'avoir un dialogue ouvert pour négocier. Est-ce qu'il est prêt à le faire?
Minister of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to state very clearly, as Minister of Labour in this province, that on this side of the House, we understand that free and collective bargaining is a right and one that's not to be messed with. We have said that from day one. The only thing that was in the throne speech was a talk about modernization and clarification. That's all that was in there, Mr. Speaker. We have constitutional responsibilities with respect to free collective bargaining, Mr. Speaker, and we have to consult with both sides, as the Premier just said a minute ago. This is about making sure that we have a balanced approach for both employers and employees. That's my job as Minister of Labour, and I can assure the members in the House that's exactly what's going to happen.
Chef de l'Opposition. Monsieur le Président, j'ai maintenant une question pour le ministre de la Gouvernance locale. Comment est-ce que le député de Moncton-Est se sent que son gouvernement veut éliminer l'immersion en français?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's great to see the Leader Opposition talking about Ontario, where we're talking about New Brunswick day in and day out. Day in and day out. Puis, Monsieur le Président, la gouvernance locale, ça fait 25 ans qu'on voulait faire quelque chose. On a finalement travaillé avec les municipalités, les élus, les bénévoles pour aller de l'avant avec la gouvernance locale. Puis je suis fier qu'un gouvernement comme celle-ci, sur mon équipe, on a travaillé ensemble. Puis la gouvernance est tellement importante que les municipalités le veulent, les gens le veulent, puis les gens des DSL le veulent, Monsieur le Président. Donc, sur cette raison, je suis assez fier qu'on va de l'avant sur la gouvernance locale. Comme province, on va être innovateur, puis on va travailler les municipalités pour faire ceux qui sont en meilleure posture dans le futur puis les générations à venir. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur le Président, ça répond à nos craintes. Il ne se lève pas pour défendre le programme d'immersion en français. Il ne se lève pas pour défendre la francophonie au Nouveau-Brunswick. Je veux savoir comment vraiment il se sent avec son gouvernement qui va couper le programme d'immersion en français.
Mr. Speaker, the politics of division to no end. To no end. This is a leader of opposition who takes the orders from the gallery and does not. It's probably the weakest questions that we've seen to this QP probably in 25 years, Mr. Speaker. Ben, je vais vous dire, Monsieur le Président, sur l'immersion française, j'ai totalement confiance dans le ministre de l'Éducation. Bill Holken, un individu qui va consulter avec les gens. Le ministre de Woodstock, excuse, Monsieur le Président. Mais le ministre de l'Éducation va être un individu qui va consulter, puis il va travailler avec les gens. Puis comme vous le savez, c'est un dossier qui est ardu. L'éducation n'est pas facile. Mais Monsieur le Président, there's not one solution from the other side. They want to let it go. We have a province which is day in and day out are growing. We're pro-growth. And education, health, we're taking care of those files, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
That's the opposition. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Et puis, ça confirme nos inquiétudes qu'il ont fait derrière son gouvernement pour couper le programme. Mais il parle de la santé. Je vais retourner sur des questions en santé. Le gouvernement fédéral a transféré 41 millions de dollars pour rattraper les chirurgies de la province. 41 millions de dollars, Monsieur le Président. On a su au rapport du premier trimestre que le 41 millions n'a pas été touché, encore sur les livres. Et puis, on parle des temps d'attente, on parle d'un projet pilote, mais je veux savoir précisément qu'est-ce que ce gouvernement a fait à date avec le 41 millions du gouvernement fédéral pendant les 8 derniers mois et combien il reste dans ce fonds.
Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if the member opposite had been paying attention, he would have seen that that money is being deployed. That money is being deployed to provide the service to the people in the province of New Brunswick. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to some of the announcements that's made, we've seen Horizon increasing the ability for them to do surgeries, and that announcement was the other week. We've seen more and more services being provided to people. I was very excited to attend the first class, opening class for EMTs in the Moncton area. That's a new initiative that will have EMTs in the ambulance probably by the 1st of next year, Mr. Speaker. In January, those individuals, and it was interesting, it was from age 19 to 62, Mr. Speaker, people starting their career and having a second or third career. Mr. Speaker, the money is being invested. It's being invested in the people of the province of New Brunswick. We're getting the job done.
Mr. Speaker, it sounds like he's having a hard time telling us where the money is being invested. He's talking about different announcements, but we want to know if the money that they're getting from the federal government is going towards initiatives for what it was meant to be, or are they just padding their surpluses? Now, while our Premier is out meeting Premier Ford, they're united, talking to get 35% from the federal government to cover healthcare budgets. 35% is what they want. That represents $200 million more in the province of New Brunswick, but they can't tell us what they're doing with $41 million. And this is while they have surpluses, record surpluses, $400 million and $700 million over those amounts, Mr. Speaker. At Q1, they had $20 million in their own healthcare budget unallocated. So can the minister or the premier tell us what they plan to do with the extra money from the federal government, or is it just going to pad their surplus even more?
Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, once again, the member from the opposition is trying to, go to a number of different topics, hoping he'll get a headline or a tweet from somewhere. But here's the reality, Mr. Speaker, that we're investing this money in the people of the province of New Brunswick to improve their health care.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, that's the bottom line. And when you look at the capital budget that's going to be coming out and some of the moves that have been made here shortly with some of the announcements that I've made, you can see that that money is being invested wisely and it's getting results. I have a statement here coming up about NB HealthLink, which again is connecting patients who don't have a family doctor with primary care providers. Mr. Speaker, and that primary care provider offers a service to the people that can track them, that can help them, that can improve their health so they don't end up in the emergency room. Mr. Speaker, this government is working to solve the problems.
Member for Madawaska-Lac-Edmundston.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous sommes uniques au Nouveau-Brunswick. Nous sommes extrêmement choyés d'être la seule province officiellement bilingue du Canada. Nos deux communautés linguistiques sont uniques et reconnues par la loi. Nous nous démarquons et nous en retirons d'énormes bénéfices au niveau économique et social. Pendant que l'anglais s'apprend facilement au contact de la communauté anglophone, l'apprentissage de la langue française passe principalement par l'immersion française et la majorité des élèves qui terminent le programme ont au moins un niveau de français conversationnel souvent plus élevé. Donc, quelles données avez-vous qui démontrent que l'élimination de l'immersion en français entraînera un meilleur taux de réussite afin d'atteindre un niveau de conversation en français?
Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je suis complètement d'accord avec le député de l'autre côté. Nous vivons dans une province qui est tellement unique. Nous vivons dans la seule province au Canada qui est bilingue. Moi-même, dans ma famille, j'ai deux grands-mères qui sont venues de Tracadie, nom de famille Paulin et Lausier. Donc, je suis bien connaissant qu'on a une province bilingue. En disant qu'on va éliminer l'immersion, ce n'est pas correct. Nous allons transformer notre système en un système universel et inclusif pour tous nos élèves. Je ne peux pas croire que l'autre côté veut continuer un programme qui reçoit les résultats seulement pour un petit nombre des étudiants. Ils ont l'ancien président de New Brunswick Teachers Association qui avait parlé pendant longtemps à propos de la composition des classes, les problèmes qui sont créés par l'immersion de la...
Deputy to Madawaska-Lac-Edmundston.
Thank you, Mr. President. In their report on second language learning, Commissioners Finn and McLaughlin state that a common program for all would logically offer less time studying French than the current French immersion model. Can the minister explain how spending less time in French will provide a better opportunity for Anglophone students to become more proficient in their second official language?
Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Mr. President, I thank the member from the other side for the question. It's a very good question. We look at the French immersion program. First, before I get into that, I want to make it clear. French instruction will continue for all our students next year in English schools. We're not eliminating French instruction. We're looking at the results from immersion. And with the language proficiency structure, the targeted goal for French immersion is advanced, advanced plus, and 28% of our students reach that. We want all of our students to attain a level of conversational proficiency, which is intermediate, which the member opposite is referring to, in our province. We're transforming French instruction in grade 1 so that all of our students will achieve that goal. We're not taking anything away.
Time, Minister. Member for Madawaska-Lac-Edmundston.
Monsieur le Président, ce serait embarrassant que les élèves de l'Alberta aient accès à une meilleure éducation en français que les élèves du Nouveau-Brunswick. Il ne faut pas abaisser la barre à un niveau médiocre de conversation en français, mais l'élever et la bonifier pour que de plus en plus de Néo-Brunswickois et Néo-Brunswickoises, peu importe où ils vivent, aient accès à l'apprentissage de cette langue, de cette culture et à ce qui nous rend uniques ici au Nouveau-Brunswick. Pourquoi est-ce que ce gouvernement tente d'abaisser la barre? Pouvez-vous, Monsieur le ministre, partager les données qui vous ont influencé pour décider d'avoir un français de niveau plus bas pour tous qui serait préférable, même si ce serait au détriment des jeunes qui souhaitent un apprentissage en français plus complet?
Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Encore, Monsieur le Président, je remercie le membre de l'autre côté. Nous sachons que le programme d'immersion fonctionne tellement bien pour un petit nombre d'élèves qu'il atteint le niveau qui est prévu. Mais, comme le député a dit, la majorité des élèves atteignent un niveau intermédiaire. Nous, de notre côté, nous voulons que chaque élève atteigne ce niveau au minimum. On va créer des opportunités à travers ces 12 années pour ceux et celles qui veulent d'avoir une expérience en français beaucoup plus riche, s'ils s'intéressent. Ce n'est pas quelque chose qu'on prend et on élimine. En sachant du fait que seulement 30% des Néo-Brunswickois et Néo-Brunswickoises sont bilingues, il faut s'adresser à ce problème.
Mr. Speaker, many New Brunswickers were shocked with the announcement in a throne speech that the government was going to move ahead with shale gas exploration. At a time when governments are looking at how we can all address climate change.
Order, please. Member, please proceed.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. At a time when governments are looking at how we can all address climate change, this seems a bit tone-deaf. How does this fit with the provincial climate change plan that was delivered by the Minister of Environment last week?
Minister of Natural Resources, Energy Development.
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, I'd like to bring to his attention that he is taking an approach where he's concerned about this government moving forward with the discussion around shale gas. I think you might want to go into the back and have a conversation with your leader, because we can provide you with the links to 3 different media interviews from 2013 when she was talking about the jobs, the GDP, and the opportunity that represents for the province of New Brunswick. Were you cross-threaded with your leader on this? The same way you were cross-threaded with your leader about the development of the SMRs. Mr. Speaker, I'm very confused about the fact that there is inconsistencies within the official opposition, and that's creating distractions about us talking about having conversations about opportunities. The member opposite, would you be concerned about the fact that the globe is facing energy crisis issues, and we are standing here ready to step in and talk about solutions, not just for New Brunswick, but for the globe?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je pensais que c'est nous qui posions les questions et que c'était eux qui nous donnaient les réponses. C'était ça la période de questions. Mais je pense qu'on a mal compris le principe de l'autre bord. Si vous voulez être à l'opposition, viens traverse, viens t'assurer ici, je vais aller m'assurer là. Mr. Speaker, merci. There is a moratorium in place for shale gas exploration with certain conditions that must be met prior to lifting the moratorium. One of these conditions is clear and credible information about the impacts of hydraulic fracturing on our health, environment and water, allowing us to develop country-leading regulatory regime with sufficient enforcement capabilities. What has been done by the Minister of Environment and his department to address this condition?
Minister of Natural Resources and Energy Development.
Mr. Speaker, to the member opposite, we are going to have a conversation about the aspects about shale gas development, natural gas development, and the moratorium that was put in place. The moratorium that was put in place by a government that had the advisor to that government being the existing leader who was pro-shale gas in 2013. Let's never lose sight of the fact that that is a very, very much of a conflict for us. But when we're talking about concerns over the moratorium and the conditions to it, is the member opposite concerned at all that based on the circumstances that we've seen with the changing energy futures, the issues that we have had, the member from Memramcook-Tantramar talked last week about being ashamed about the discussion on natural gas. Is anybody ashamed of the fact that there are jurisdictions in this world that are facing the return to coal this winter?
That's right.
Coal this winter. Are you worried about the environment, or are you just worried about your backyard?
Hey, hey. Member for Memramcook-Tantramar.
Mr. Speaker, we have a retention and recruitment crisis in our healthcare sector that has resulted in emergency room closures in rural hospitals like my hometown of Sackville, people being asked to avoid emergency rooms in urban hospitals, shortages of physicians, nurses, radiation technologists and anesthesiologists within our public healthcare system. Mr. Speaker, this makes me deeply concerned about the Minister of Health's plan to create private sector competition for our public healthcare system. Last week, I received a letter signed by almost 100 New Brunswickers concerned with the further erosion of our public healthcare system, including the virtual care company eVisit MB and Acadie Bathurst Ophthalmology Centre. We've already seen a trend of privatizing management, with Medavie Health Services managing more things, from Ambulance New Brunswick to HealthLink MB. So why is the Minister of Health creating a private healthcare sector for Horizon and Vitalité to compete with for human resources?
Minister of Health.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to talk about some of the successes we have had in New Brunswick. I call them successes because we have increased the contact of people in New Brunswick with primary caregivers that can help them with the ailments that they are experiencing on a day-to-day basis. Yes, Mr. Speaker, eVisit NB is a project that is allowing people to get prescriptions renewed, get rashes looked at, get referrals to other doctors, get appointments. And Mr. Speaker, it's paid for by a person's Medicare card, not their Visa card. Mr. Speaker, that's public health care. Mr. Speaker, that's public health care being paid by Medicare. And Mr. Speaker, when you look at the number of providers right across the province, eVisit is a way, again, to increase the access to primary care. We can talk about the clinic up in Bathurst that was actually applauded by many, many people. Actually,
Minister. The member for Memramcook-Tantramar.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Health did not answer my question and is mixing up the issues. We are facing weakening the public health care system by strengthening the private part. The minister is missing the point, Mr. Speaker. We need to work on retention of nurses in our public sector so that they will want to stay and work within Horizon and Vitalité, and they're not competing with the private sector. And there shouldn't be profits to be made off the privatization and outsourcing of parts of our healthcare system, but that's what's happening, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, New Brunswickers value our public health care system. We expect our surgeries to be done by our doctors who don't work for big corporations, but once you bring in corporations into the mix, you'll have a lot of big companies whose goal it is to try to make a profit. So, Mr. Speaker, why is the Minister of Health opening the door for corporate-owned health care in the province?
Minister of Health.
well, Mr. Speaker, I think the member opposite would get a number of signatures from a number of the for-fee service doctors here in the province of New Brunswick that have been providing service to the population of Brunswick for years. years and years. It's the same model, Mr. Speaker. A doctor charges a fee. It's paid by Medicare. The doctor looks after the equipment in his office. The doctor looks after the staff in his office, be it an RN or an administrator or a scribe. Mr. Speaker, that's the same model as that we're doing up in the Bathurst area. And I would suggest that the member opposite go up and visit the clinic, talk to Dr. Giovanni, and she will understand, Mr. Speaker, that this is an extension of the services offered by Vitality, again, paid for by Medicare, not MasterCard. Mr. Speaker, that is public health care. And as a matter of fact, it's actually extending the career of some RNs because they want to work behind.
I believe you had 3 questions. I believe you had 3.
I only had 2.
Felt like 3.
All right. I don't need to see your sheet. West.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je ne sais pas si j'ai manqué quelque chose dans la dernière fin de semaine, mais je pensais pas qu'il y avait eu de cabinet shuffle en fin de semaine, parce que je m'adresse mes questions au ministre de l'Environnement. Et à chaque fois, c'est le ministre des Ressources naturelles qui se lève, et je pose la question maintenant au ministre de l'Environnement. Monsieur le Président, il y a une autre condition du moratoire, c'est d'avoir un plan qui atténue l'impact sur nos infrastructures publiques et qui traite de questions comme l'évacuation des eaux usées. Comme vous le savez, la Nouvelle-Écosse n'acceptera absolument pas les eaux usées du Nouveau-Brunswick. Quel est l'état d'avancement du plan que le ministre de l'Environnement et comment cette question a été abordée par son ministère, pas par le ministère des Ressources naturelles?
Minister of Natural Resources and Energy Development.
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, the Minister of Environment, the Minister of Natural Resources, the Minister of Energy, and the Premier's office have worked very closely on this. We work in conjunction with the Department of Aboriginal Affairs. There's all sorts of different departments that we're working on to discuss the opportunity that lies in front of us. Now, this goes back to something that we campaigned on in 2018. We said that we were going to stand behind the development in a responsible fashion of our natural resources here in the province of New Brunswick. Something that is that important, something that could play a role in the global reduction of emissions, something that could allow jurisdictions that are facing a return to coal turn to an alternative that has less emissions. Well, I would absolutely say that we could get answers from a variety of different ministers, because when it comes to the development of these resources, we have said that it's all hands on deck, and we are looking at ensuring that the safety, the environmental responsibility, the economic viability, everything is considered, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Councillor.
The wannabe minister.
Monsieur le Président, Mr. Speaker, I have to stand and talk about what one of the ministers said earlier. When he was talking, we were talking about French immersion, and the Minister of Local Governance said, well, the Liberals aren't giving any solutions. I'll give the Minister a solution. Leave it alone. Don't touch it. It's the best program that works in Canada right now. Leave it as such. To say that you are not taking anything away by taking grade 1 away is a grave mistake.
Order, member.
Now, maybe thank you for dealing with that kindergarten over there. Now, it's just to say that to take away grade 1 and say that they're not touching anything is just complete bull. Maintenant, j'ai une question pour le ministre de la Réforme locale, parce qu'il est supposément le francophone de service de ce gouvernement. Qu'est-ce qu'il va faire par rapport au respect de la loi des langues officielles? Qu'est-ce qu'il va faire par rapport à cette loi-là, Monsieur le Président?
Minister of Local Governance Reform.
Monsieur le Président, on a élu dans une élection partielle au courant de l'été un homme, un individu de Miramichi-Béduvin, un individu qui est de Néguac, de Stephenville, c'est ça, Stephenville. C'est un individu là qui aime le Nouveau-Brunswick. Puis pour cette raison, le nouveau ministre de l'SDR est Donald Caucus. Puis si qu'on aurait la nouvelle chef libérale pourrait se décider dans quelle circonscription, c'est Bathurst, le Brunswick, Chaleur, Dieppe, on aurait d'autres élections partielles. Ben, il n'y en a pas tout de suite. On attend encore. Mais, Monsieur le Président, je suis un fier francophone. Je suis un individu de l'Université de Moncton. Je suis un Acadien. Puis je peux vous garantir Et lorsqu'on va faire la révision des langues officielles, on va la faire en équipe, puis le bien de tout le Nouveau-Brunswick. Merci beaucoup, M. le Président.
The time for question period has expired. Sorry. Tabling of documents. Statements by ministers. The Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Don't be mean.
The Department of Environment and Local Government accepted an application starting today for the Environmental Trust Fund for 23-24. Excuse me. Applications will be accepted starting today for municipalities, community groups, First Nations, non-profit organizations, and institutions furthering environmental sustainability may apply. We're so fortunate to live in a province that has diverse natural environments, breathtaking coastal and inland scenery, and people who work tirelessly to ensure it can be enjoyed by generations to come. For more than 30 years, this fund has fostered environmental awareness among residents of all ages. It's brought people together to make important and sustainable differences to the natural environment. The Environmental Trust Fund has 5 priority areas. They are protecting the environment, increasing environmental awareness, managing our waste, addressing climate change, and building sustainable communities. These are examples. There are many more examples of this in the second Environmental Trust Fund Impact Report, which is online now. These outcomes show what a difference can be achieved. For example, important progress has been made in addressing marine debris, nutrient overload in coastal waters. Many students from across the province have benefited from educational plans and on the climate change outside learning experiences and other programming. Implementation of climate adaptation plans for communities and organized public education activities that build resiliency. Please take time to read about the amazing work being done in New Brunswick. And Mr. Speaker, I want to thank everyone who has turned an idea into reality. I also want to thank the team in Environment and Climate Change who work with proponents to ensure these projects are successful. Let's continue to work together to protect our shared environment. And don't forget the deadline, November 30th. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Restigouche West.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Eh bien, moi aussi, je vais commencer à l'envers du statement du ministre. Je vais aussi remercier les employés qui travaillent dans le département, mais aussi tous dans les municipalités, des organismes à but non lucratif et les Premières Nations qui soumettent des projets concernant le Fonds en fiducie pour l'environnement. Je ne sais pas si le ministre a consulté son voisin, mais on est en pleine campagne électorale municipale. Et la date limite pour soumettre les demandes est le 30 novembre 2022. On est en pleine campagne électorale, Monsieur le ministre. Ce n'est pas le temps pour les municipalités de faire de la planification et faire application pour des projets aussi importants. Si le ministre aurait une importance pour ces fonds, il donnerait le temps aux municipalités qui sont en pleine campagne électorale de développer des bons projets. Et maintenant, je vais être extrêmement surpris. Si les municipalités ont le temps, c'est des nouveaux administrateurs, ça sera des nouveaux élus. Les municipalités n'ont plus la capacité légale de soumettre des demandes, n'ont plus le droit de signer des documents, ni non plus au mois de décembre jusqu'à l'assermentation. Donc, à un moment donné, il faudra que les ministres de l'autre bord se parlent parce qu'il y a deux choses qui s'en vont à l'envers. L'environnement d'un bord et les municipalités de l'autre. Et moi, j'ai toujours voulu ça, comme ancien directeur du développement durable, de voir que ces deux-là, et incluant l'économie, doivent travailler ensemble. J'espère que ces fonds-là ne remplaceront pas des fonds qui sont attribués normalement par les différents ministères, que ça va continuer d'exister parce que les municipalités vont avoir énormément besoin d'argent dans les prochaines semaines, dans la prochaine année. Et j'espère que ces fonds-là, que les municipalités ne seront pas pénalisées. Parce que le 30 novembre, c'est très rapide, en pleine campagne électorale. Révisez vos notes, Monsieur le ministre. Merci.
Member for Fredericton South and Leader of his party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for standing up and speaking about the Environmental Trust Fund. Mr. Speaker, it is a helpful source of funds for non-profit organizations, environmental groups, conservation organizations, charitable organizations who are looking to do specific projects, Mr. Speaker. And it is to their credit that these organizations, with their membership and with their boards of directors and their small staff, their cadre of volunteers, turn the modest amount of money available to them for projects in the Environmental Trust Fund into gold, Mr. Speaker, into gold. The work that they do is extraordinarily impressive, makes a real contribution, Mr. Speaker, in so many ways, locally and provincially, depending on the project. I know many organizations are careful not to let the Environmental Trust Fund funds represent too much of their budget so that they continue to speak out without feeling like they're constrained by government funding in terms of what they can say or what they can't say. If you become, too dependent on government funding like this and you're in a nonprofit and you want to address government policy, you don't want to be constrained, Mr. Speaker, by a fear that your funding will be denied the next year just because you said something government disagrees with. So it's always important to keep that in perspective, Mr. Speaker. But I hope the minister is open to improvements to the Environmental Trust Fund so that it's much easier to get multi-year funding for multi-year projects so that organizations don't have to keep returning every year to ensure that they can fund projects that go beyond 1 year and provide that much more of a substantive contribution to New Brunswickers and to the big job before us of
Minister of Health.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Mr. Speaker, j'ai d'excellentes nouvelles sur le progrès réalisé dans les projets Ligne Santé NB. The progress being made through NB HealthLink is good news for all New Brunswickers. Individuals on the Patient Connect list and without their own permanent primary care provider are being contacted to register for NB HealthLink, which offers appointments with a nurse practitioner or a doctor. The service uses a centralized electronic health record for each patient. Already in Zone 1, 11,500 people have either been registered for NB HealthLink or confirmed they now have a healthcare provider. This is great news, but more progress is coming. HealthLink is expanding to the Fredericton region, then to the Campbellton-Dalhousie region. As its name implies, NB HealthLink is an important connection between patients and primary care. It's just one of the ways we're making progress in ensuring people have access to the care they need. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I guess we always thought of this NB HealthLink as more of a stopgap type of approach to this issue, getting people off of the Patient Connect list. They've set some targets to get that list eliminated to zero. They might finally, once and for all, get there. But the long-term solution has to be a more quicker transition to the community care model that they've talked about, that we've talked about, the multidisciplinary type of system to get people through the door with a team approach, a collaborative approach, because the issue, as we've heard this morning, is around human resources, healthcare professionals. And so if we're not going to be out there aggressively recruiting or retaining what we have with better working conditions or better wages, we're going to have to move quicker to this type of model of care. And so I want to emphasize that, Mr. Speaker, that we've heard some language around expanding or creating the community care network. They talked about some communities, but we need to move quicker to get that up and running. A multidisciplinary team approach is what we need long term. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member Cook Tantamar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as we discuss these issues, I'm finding ideology appears to be clouding the minister's willingness to speak about these issues. Of course, connecting patients to nurses and doctors, and specifically nurse practitioners, to primary care is important. It's obviously essential. Primary care is vital, and this is essential in rural and urban areas. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm very concerned with the trend of privatization of the management of these systems, of the subcontracting out to corporations. I believe in our public service. I believe that we should be investing in our public healthcare system, and I do have concerns about the management of this and the public accountability when we speak to this. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to just emphasize that I'm concerned about the privatization of the management, and it appears to be part of the corporate-driven agenda, but I believe in our public healthcare system. Thank you.
The Minister of Tourism, Heritage and Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Between 2009 and 2021, New Brunswick saw the largest increases in police-related intimate partner violence among all provinces and the second largest increase in family violence. And according to Statistics Canada, the domestic and intimate partner violence rate in New Brunswick has been consistently higher than the Canadian average. For perspective, Mr. Speaker, in our province, about 496 for every 100,000 people called police for help after suffering violence from their partner in 2021. This is totally unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. We must support every effort to raise awareness about the crime, and I will re-emphasize crime, of violence and the impact it has on victims, survivors, and our community as a whole. Le gouvernement de Nouveau-Brunswick et la Fondation Ferguson ont proclamé mois de novembre, mois de la prévention de la violence familiale au Nouveau-Brunswick. On behalf of New Brunswickers, I commend the incredible work that happens within the domestic violence outreach program, transition houses, second stage houses, and all other intimate partner violence services in New Brunswick. I encourage members across the Legislature to join me in thanking them for their dedication to survivors. Thank you. Merci.
Chef de l'opposition officielle.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci à Madame la Ministre pour cette déclaration, ainsi qu'à la Fondation Ferguson. Nous sommes solidaires avec les victimes de violences familiales et les survivants et survivantes. Le gouvernement doit s'assurer de fournir aux groupes communautaires les ressources nécessaires pour qu'ils puissent lutter contre la violence familiale. Nous sortons d'une pandémie où la violence familiale a augmenté significativement. Selon un rapport publié il y a 2 semaines par Statistique Canada, la violence familiale a en fait augmenté de 22% au Nouveau-Brunswick en 2009 et 2021. Il s'agit de la 2e province avec la plus importante augmentation de ce type de violence après seulement le Québec. Aussi, les signalements de violence entre partenaires intimes ont augmenté de 39% au Nouveau-Brunswick en 2009 et 2021. Mr. Speaker, we're calling for organizations to be given the help they need to provide services. We know nonprofits that do excellent work in this province, but year after year they're on their knees begging for help from government to provide essential services to fill gaps, and one of these would be in the area of family violence. But we also need to do other things that removes barriers to victims staying in violent relationships. Accessible and affordable housing, pay equity and poverty are issues that we need to address more firmly from this government. That's what we're asking for this government to show a real willingness to tackle those issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presentation. Oh, excuse me. Member Cook-Tantramar.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Novembre est le mois de la prévention de la violence familiale au Nouveau-Brunswick. Et oui, nous pouvons remercier et devraient remercier tous les travailleurs pour leur dévouement envers les survivantes et survivants. Mais j'exige le gouvernement d'assurer que ces travailleurs et travailleuses qui aident les survivants et survivantes ont les fonds nécessaires pour répondre à leurs besoins. Transition houses need an increase in funding. Crisis intervention workers need to be compensated fairly and have an increase in wages. So it's really great to come here and say we need to do something about family violence. We know that things have gotten worse in New Brunswick. We need to be on the prevention side, making sure there's affordable housing, we have pay equity, that we have a focus on prevention, and for survivors that we have adequate responses like sane nurses, adequately accessible. However, we know that the transition houses and the crisis intervention workers have been saying they need more funding. They have to spend their time out fundraising, Mr. Speaker, when they could be doing the important work of helping survivors. And so while I thank them, I call on government to make sure they put the money where their mouth is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presentation of petitions. The member for Fredericton South and Leader of his party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past 7 years, 35,543 New Brunswickers have petitioned this legislature to stop spraying glyphosate. Stand today to table the names of even more New Brunswickers opposed to the spraying of the herbicide glyphosate over our forests. This will make it continue to be the largest petition record in New Brunswick history, even larger. The petition reads as follows: whereas approximately 13,000 hectares of New Brunswick Crown Forest is sprayed every year with herbicides to kill hardwoods that compete with seedlings in plantations, whereas spraying herbicides to kill broadleaf trees and shrubs and young conifer plantations destroys the food source and habitats of forest wildlife, whereas glyphosate, the herbicide used in New Brunswick's Crown Forest silviculture, has been labeled a probable human carcinogen by the World Health Organization's International Agency for Research on Cancer in 2015, whereas the province of Quebec, with approximately 90% of its forest land under public ownership, banned all herbicide spraying of its public forests in 2001 in light of public health concerns, whereas replacing the use of herbicides in Crown Forest with thinning crews of people working in the woods, as Quebec has done since 2001, would ensure more jobs from our forest resource. Whereas the Auditor General of New Brunswick attributed the annual forest deficit, $7 to $10 million, for each of the last 5 years, to the costly silviculture program in a report tabled to the New Brunswick Legislature in June 2015 at a cost of about $1,000 per hectare. Herbicide spraying contributes to New Brunswick's annual forest deficit and prevents natural forest regeneration. Whereas there is widespread public opposition to the spraying of the forest in New Brunswick, 3 petitions against the spraying of the forest have been tabled in this legislature in just over 10 years. The petition of the undersigned requests that the New Brunswick Legislature support a ban on the spraying of glyphosate in Crown Forest management in New Brunswick. I agree with this petition and have attached my signature. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Answers to petition and written questions. Presentation of committee reports. Introduction of bills. The minister responsible for la francophonie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Real Property Tax Act be now read a first time.
Minister responsible for the francophonie moves that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Real Property Tax Act be now read a first time. Minister of the francophonie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Les modifications proposées à la loi sur l'impôt foncier accéléreront la réduction progressive sur 3 ans des taux d'impôt foncier provincial adoptés au printemps dernier. Under the proposed accelerated phase-in, the previously announced rate reductions will now be fully implemented for the 2023 taxation year rather than the 2024 taxation year as originally scheduled. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is it the pleasure of the House that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Real Property Tax Act be now read a first time? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried.
An Act to Amend the Real Property Tax Act.
The minister responsible for la francophonie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Mr. Speaker, I move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the New Brunswick Income Tax Act be now read a first time.
Minister responsible for la francophonie moves that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the New Brunswick Income Tax Act be now read a first time. Minister of francophonie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The proposed amendments to the New Brunswick Income Tax Act will lower provincial personal income tax rates effective for 2023 and subsequent taxation years. Tous les taux d'imposition à compter de la deuxième tranche d'imposition seront réduits. De plus, la quatrième tranche sera supprimée et cette portion de revenus sera imposée au même taux que la troisième tranche. These proposed rate reductions build on the personal income tax reductions previously implemented for the 2021 and 2022 taxation years. Les mesures précédentes visaient la diminution du taux d'imposition de la première tranche de revenus et l'augmentation du montant personnel de base et du seuil de réduction d'impôt pour les personnes à faible revenu. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Is it the pleasure of the House that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the New Brunswick Income Tax Act be now read a first time? All those in favour of the motion, please say yea.
Yay.
All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried.
An act to amend the New Brunswick Income Tax Act.
Minister of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Health and Safety of Fishers be now read a first time.
The Minister of Post-Secondary Education and Training and Labour moves that a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Health and Safety of Fishers be now read a first time. Minister of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendments in the Act respecting the health and safety of fishers would amend the Occupational Health and Safety Act to include fishing vessels in the definition of place of employment and require for persons to wear personal flotation devices on fishing vessels to enhance workplace safety for fishers.
It is the pleasure of the House that a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Health and Safety of Fishers be now read a first time. All those in favour of the motion, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried.
An act respecting the health and safety of fishers.
Minister of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Employment Standards Act be now read a first time.
The Minister of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour moves that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Employment Standards Act be now read a first time. Minister of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendments in an Act to amend the Employment Standards Act will amend the definition of employer and employee to include a person who performs work or supplies services or receives training, regardless of whether the person receives accommodation to meet the person's needs. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, this is to outlaw the archaic practice of paying a stipend less than minimum wage to persons with disabilities. This practice needs to end. It needs to end now, and it will with this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It is the pleasure of the House that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Employment Standards Act be now read a first time. All those in favour of the motion, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried. The Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that a bill entitled Salvage Dealers Licensing Act be now read a first time.
The Minister of Public Safety moves that an act entitled An Act to Amend the Salvage Dealers Licensing Act be now read the first time. Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this bill is to make it much harder for thieves to dispose of their stolen goods and to also ensure that salvage dealers play by the rules. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce this bill that will increase penalties for non-compliance with this act.
Is it the pleasure of the House that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Salvage Dealers Licensing Act be now read a first time? All those in favour of the motion, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare motion carried.
An act to amend the Salvage Dealers Licensing Act.
The Minister of Service, New Brunswick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Assessment Act now be read a first time.
The Minister of Service, New Brunswick moves that a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Assessment Act be now read a first time. Minister of Service, New Brunswick.
Mr. Speaker, as part of a province-wide approach to address affordable housing and increase the supply of rental units, we are proposing over a 3-year period to phase in the assessment values on newly constructed apartment buildings with 2 or more rental units and existing buildings undergoing refurbishment resulting in additional rental units. Increasing the supply of rental units will help reduce pressures on the rental market and decrease costs that would normally be passed on to tenants. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is it the pleasure of the House that a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Assessment Act be now read first time? All those in favour of the motion, please say yea. Yay. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried. Notices of motion. Notice of opposition members' business. Government motions for the ordering of the business of the House. Government House Leader.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Tous les projets de loi introduits aujourd'hui vont passer pour la deuxième lecture demain, mercredi demain, le 2 novembre. All bills introduced today will go for second reading tomorrow, Wednesday, November 2nd. We will do second reading until 4 p.m. We will go through, starting with Bill 2nd, amendments to the Real Property Tax Act, followed by an act respecting surgical facilities, followed by amendments to the Public Works Act, followed by the Missing Persons Act, and finally private woodlot sustainability, upon which at 4 o'clock we will switch to debate for the speech from the throne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And all bills passed today will pass through to economic policy. Thank you. Yes, good. Second reading.
Second reading.
Bill number 2.
Is it the pleasure of the House that Bill number 2 be now read a second time? Sorry. The Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So just for the edification of the members, I'm just here filling in for today. So, Monsieur le Président, I'm pleased to rise in the House today for the second reading of an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act. I am pleased to provide members with additional information regarding this bill. Il est largement reconnu qu'il existe un fort intérêt pour les biens réels au Nouveau-Brunswick. It is widely recognized that there is strong interest in real property in New Brunswick. Our government has heard from citizens and stakeholders for the need to modernize the tax sale process. There is an opportunity to create efficiencies while improving the province's ability to recover outstanding balances on delinquent property tax accounts. We work with property owners to provide many opportunities to pay their property tax in New Brunswick. There will be no reduction in the number of opportunities property owners will have to resolve their property tax arrears. Unfortunately, some properties are uncollectible, and a tax sale is ultimately used as a final step to collect outstanding property tax. The changes will create efficiencies and cost reductions that include reducing the redemption period for properties purchased at tax sale from 90 to 30 days. This will allow the purchasers of property at tax sale to make improvements and repairs to the property more quickly. Expanding the use of online advertising for upcoming tax sales, while continuing to publish in newspapers, which will reduce the costs associated with large print ads. Will allow previously unsold properties to be reoffered at a reduced legislated starting bid to increase the likelihood of a sale to a third party. This will lessen the burden of the property tax liability on the province and allow quicker turnaround to recovering outstanding balances on delinquent property tax accounts. When properties sell for an amount greater than the minimum bid, the residual amount will be used to pay any other outstanding property taxes on properties owned by the same assessed owner. We also propose that local governments and business improvement associations will have the ability to make an application to recover outstanding debts when there is a residual from a tax sale. Mr. Speaker, these new changes will create efficiencies and modernize the tax sale process. This will allow the province to hold a fourth tax sale in January, which could increase the number of properties taken to tax sale per year and availability of properties for housing and development. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The Deputy de Bathurst West. Bathurst.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, we're looking forward to going in committee on this bill. We've had a good briefing. On the surface, I think this is a good bill to reduce a lot of paperwork, a lot of logistical nightmares. And honestly, when we talk about shortening potential properties that have to move, I'm sold. I've got a mill site that we've been waiting over 15 years to move on, so if this helps moving it along, I'm 100% looking forward to having those discussions and seeing what we can do. I also like the idea of, and this is only turning into to becoming modern, where we have to stop taking full-page ads at full price, where we can pretty much direct somebody to a website to get more details and actually be more cost-efficient and get this thing moving. But we're still going to have good questions to the minister at the time to have a great discussion on making sure this is the best bill possible. There's still language issues around there. I'm still concerned about some of the language that says the minister may do certain things, so I know that some will probably clarified in the rules and regulations, but it'll be good to have a discussion in committee with the staff to see exactly how that's going to be treated. I do believe that, as the minister alluded to, people will still have ample opportunity to pay their taxes. And this seems like a tax issue, but it really is a community issue. We all have abandoned houses that are just falling decrepit, becoming often illicit houses for other means, and it takes just too long for us to move. And we are now in a situation as province where we need inventory for those old buildings that are falling apart that can be repurposed and reused for what we feel could benefit all New Brunswickers and all residents of a community. So I look forward to having this in committee. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Kent North.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Au nom de l'efficience, on ne peut pas oublier qu'il y a certaines personnes se trouvent dans des situations, des fois, qui sont fâcheuses. Le coût de la vie augmente incroyablement. Les salaires de la classe ouvrière, si on regarde l'inflation, sont en baisse. On a un gouvernement aujourd'hui qui, encore une fois, annonce plusieurs mesures pour aider la classe des riches au lieu d'aider ceux qui sont dans des positions de vulnérabilité. Et donc, au nom de l'efficience, on ne peut pas s'assurer, ne pas s'assurer qu'il y a en place des processus robustes qui est là pour, avec un devoir d'empathie envers les citoyens et les citoyennes. On a tous des lieux inesthétiques dans nos circonscriptions. Je pense qu'on veut que ces lieux-là, dépendamment des circonstances, il y en a certains que oui, absolument, on veut que ces endroits-là changent, que ces endroits-là puissent être utilisés pour quelque chose d'autre. Mais est-ce qu'à travers de ça, donc en comité, mes questions vont être beaucoup virées sur c'est quoi le processus en place pour assurer que des personnes honnêtes dans des situations de vulnérabilité, que ce soit passagère ou systémique, qu'est-ce qu'on fait pour réellement les aider? C'est quoi l'implication pour les fermiers qui, après une mauvaise récolte, peut avoir des problèmes au niveau des paiements de certaines propriétés? Et puis, qu'est-ce qui est l'aide que le gouvernement offre afin d'assurer que les honnêtes gens qui sont dans des situations fâcheuses, il n'y a pas un processus qui est trop rapide et qui fait en sorte qu'il y a très peu de temps à se virer de bord et à de faire ce qui est de mieux pour eux. Donc, je vais aussi avoir des questions sur les stations-service. Il y a des stations-service abandonnées. Ça vient avec des problèmes environnementaux. Le gouvernement a souvent la fâcheuse habitude de ne pas respecter ses propres lois, de ne pas respecter ses propres règles. Je peux juste penser, entre autres, à une vieille école dans ma circonscription, dans le village de Rogersville, la vieille école W.F. Boisvert, où la province elle-même ne coupe pas son gazon. Il y a des lois dans le village qui disent que le gazon doit être coupé, puis la province, elle s'en sac des lois. elle coupe pas son gazon, elle fait pas grand-chose, elle s'occupe pas de sa propriété, au point où c'est devenu un lieu non seulement inesthétique, c'est devenu un lieu dangereux. C'est devenu un lieu dangereux où les jeunes et les enfants vont rentrer à l'intérieur. Il y a eu des feux de fait à l'intérieur, il y a eu du grabuge, il y a eu du vandalisme. Et donc, quand on regarde cette loi ici, puis en passant, juste pour la petite histoire, c'est qu'il y a eu une offre d'achat de cette terre-là. Il y a eu une offre d'achat. Mais la province ne va pas de l'avant avec cette offre d'achat-là. Pourquoi? Parce qu'elle ne veut pas prendre la responsabilité de défaire une école remplie d'asbestos qu'elle-même a construit et de le démolir. Et donc, à travers de ce projet de loi ici, qu'est-ce qu'on fait de ces terres-là? Puis comment est-ce qu'on favorise non seulement une passation d'une terre vers le privé, mais qu'est-ce qu'on fait pour assurer que des lieux inesthétiques ou des lieux environnementaux, qu'il y a des fonds de rattachés pour s'assurer qu'il y a un nettoyage de ces lieux-là et que ces lieux-là ne demeurent pas des lieux dangereux dans nos communautés. Je remercie certaines personnes pour l'aide qu'on reçoit sur ce dossier-là, mais il y a encore de l'inaction. Ça prend longtemps avant que ça avance. Et puis, la communauté, elle, se sent un peu délaissée dans cette situation-là. Donc, il y aura plusieurs questions en comité, Madame la Présidente. Je vais m'arrêter là. Il y a des questions plus techniques que je n'ai pas besoin de rentrer dedans en deuxième lecture. Mais qu'on se verra certainement en comité en espérant pouvoir avoir des réponses claires, nettes et précises. Merci. Hein?
C'est-il à la Chambre que le projet de loi 3 soit maintenant lu une deuxième fois? Les députés qui appuient la motion voudront bien dire oui. Oui. Les députés qui s'opposent voudront bien dire non. In my opinion, the ayes have it. I declare the motion carried. Pursuant to Standing Rule 42.1, Bill number 2 stands referred to Standing Committee on Economic Policy.
Bill number 3.
Is it the pleasure of the House that Bill number 3 now be read for a second time? I recognize the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Merci beaucoup. And it's great to be able to jump up and talk on Bill number 3. I certainly appreciate my role as Minister of Health, take it very, very serious. And again, it touches all New Brunswick, and glad to try and assist where we can. Certainly I'm inspired day in and day out about the stories of the people working very, very hard in our healthcare sector and the role that they play in helping people and ensuring our system operates on a day-to-day basis. And every time I get near a mic, I want to thank them as much as I can from the bottom of my heart. I know that day in and day out, they stand up, lean in and do a great job, especially over the last 2 years when we were dealing with an unprecedented pandemic right across the province of New Brunswick. So thank you very much. Merci beaucoup tout le monde pour le bon travail dans la province de Nouveau-Brunswick. And we've also heard very well that they need help. They need help in fulfilling their calling in serving the people of New Brunswick as a healthcare worker. And, Mr. Speaker, we've answered that call. That's why we've been working very, very hard implementing the provincial health plan. And everyone knows it talks about stabilizing healthcare, an urgent call to action, and that's what we've done. I'm also hearing on the other side some very good stories about people receiving care that they in the system that again has been very exemplary, very professional, very caring, and that's encouraging to hear as well. Unlike some people would like to implement that it's all lost and doom and gloom, there is certainly hope Madam Chair, Speaker. There is hope in some of the things I've seen, and there's hope in some of the things that we've put together. And I know that some of the folks in the room here share that vision of, again, having a primary health care here in the province of New Brunswick. So let me just touch some of those initiatives that we talked about. I made a statement today on HealthLink. Again, that's where patients on the wait list are tied up with primary caregivers, and we did an announcement on that a couple of Fridays ago, and very, very positive response. The MD that was involved in the clinic that is again receiving those patients was just impressive with the approach and what they're doing. And one of the main things that was evident was that one patient record, where you may go back to that clinic, you may not see the same doctor, but you may see someone who has access to your records and would be able to, again, track your blood work or track some of your chronic diseases that may be affecting you, and again, managing those as time goes on. So we're creating that connected system. The other thing that's helping healthcare workers is, again, training of the EMTs. I talked about that briefly in question period when I talked about attending the first day of class in Moncton of EMTs that were reintroduced and will be in the ambulance probably by the end of the year or first of next year. So this will allow the paramedics to be in another vehicle, again, going out answering calls and providing that service, emergency services into the community. And not just emergency, but when there's a 911 call, there's triage that's done right there on the spot. And there are some people that are able to be treated and released right into the place where the 911 call occurred and not being transported to an emergency room, which may end up having a significant wait. And that's improving the care that people get right there on the spot. And with the EMTs that are going to be available, again, that'll put more ambulances on the road and, again, be better access to that primary response. And it was interesting to see the people. I mentioned in QP that some were 19, starting out their career, and there was one gentleman who was, he confided with me that he was 62 years old, and this was a second or third career for him, but a way that he would, again, serve the public. So there's been a significant amount of work that has been done, and we are continuing to do that work. I know another question that was asked about some of the investment that was made, and I know our Horizon Health Network the other day talked about investing $6.4 million to reduce surgery backlog, and that's, again, part of the investment we're making in providing services to the individuals here in the project. And the reason for Bill number 3 here today is an announcement we made a few weeks ago. And we traveled up to Bathurst to announce this pilot project in the Chaleur region for cataract surgery. And the doctor involved, Dr. Robert Giovandi, and his team, they've already begun their work because they know how urgent and how important this particular service is, because cataracts was the the highest number of people on the wait list here in the province of New Brunswick, ahead of hip, ahead of knee, and ahead of some of the other surgeries that are so important. So by having this service in a clinic, it's really just an expansion of the services that were done in the hospital. But the real win in this is by adding those benefits, the Chaleur Hospital now has access to those surgery rooms, those OR rooms, that used to be tied up for cataract surgeries. So now those rooms open up and they can do things like knees, hips, some of the important cancer surgery that again has been delayed and shouldn't be delayed too long, as it could have more detrimental effects. So with moving this particular surgery out into the community, out into the clinical setting, again, it's an expansion of the services offered by Vitality. And again, just to drill down on some of the logistics of how that works, because I know some of the folks in opposition were saying that this is just terrible, which is unfortunate. I know it's a very clear vision Mr. Speaker. The ideology behind this is very clear in my eyes, in again, allowing access to a surgery that was confined to the bricks and mortars of a hospital building. Now, because of technology increase, because of changes in the way procedures are done, it can be now done in a clinical setting, similar to some other procedures that are done in doctors' offices that have been approved over a long period of time and for a number of years. So as medicine advances, you can't hold that advancement down. Now there's opportunities for that to be done in a clinical setting in a very safe and secure and reasonable way. So the doctor, again, pays for the accommodations or pays for the clinic, either rents or bills, and purchases the equipment, pays the staff, and then Medicare or the health system pays his fee. Very similar to a fee-for-service doctor. If he sees a patient, he gets paid. Out of that stipend, he pays his staff, he pays for his accommodation, either rent or own. Mr. Speaker, it's the same model. And I know some of the folks are trying to make this a dark and gloomy event, but I must say that the people that had received their services were very happy. The day we were there, it was the left eye day, or right eye day, so they all had the patch on their right eye, and they were sitting along the chairs that were provided, and they again are discharged that day, and their follow-up makes sure that nothing wrong happens. And again, with the new type of technology, the success rate is very, very high. But that's why it will be monitored by Vitality. It will be monitored and more or less licensed by Vitality. And that's why we have a pilot project. So if there's complications or ill effects that may be causing individuals to go back into seeking health services, then things will be adjusted. But by and large, the success has been significant. And I believe 371, I'm going from memory, operations had been completed by a few days, I think October 21st. Now, looking at the effects on this, that again, contrary to some of the opinions expressed across the floor, this is actually extending some of the careers of people providing the services. For instance, in talking to the RNs on staff, they had actually been retired and came out of retirement to work for Dr. Javandi. And that to me was a great way to prolong when we talk about retention and we talk about hiring and retention and attraction. Here's an opportunity that's going to allow more RNs within the system. So, Madame la Présidente, nous sommes heureux d'appuyer ce projet. Nous sommes patients de voir les résultats. And so again, we've got other doctors within the province of New Brunswick. These are some of the doctors that are here that want to make investment, want to invest to, again, make the healthcare system run smoother. And that's what Bill 3 does. It just says these procedures that were restricted to the bricks and mortar of a building with the green H on top of it now can be done in a clinical setting outside that facility. But again, when we look at this particular pilot project, it's seen by Vitality, an extension of the Vitality system, and paid for by Medicare, paid for by the taxpayers. So that to me, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, is progress, and it's not a two-tier system. Let's be very clear. This is clear to me. It's not a two-tier system, and the province remains committed to the Canadian Health Act, where the government of New Brunswick is the single payer for this service. That's the reality, Madam Chair. That's the reality of the situation here. And it really is unfortunate that people are trying to evolve this into something that it isn't. And again, when we talk about some of the other services that are being provided by corporations or companies, I mean, even all the drugs we get within the healthcare system, I think McKesson is one of the major providers. That's all negotiated. It's all negotiated. It's all underwritten by, again, negotiation teams that drive to get the best deal for the taxpayers of the province of New Brunswick. If we didn't deal with some of the big drug companies, how would we get the drugs in order to make people better? Now, the other thing that it's done, as I said, freeing up the rooms, the OR rooms in the hospital, will allow other surgeries to take place, which will again reduce the wait times, reduce the wait lines in some of the other facilities, such as hips and knees, as we talked about, and again, some of the other surgical specialties in the Chaleur Regional Health Authority, or Health Hospital, which again, we're really appreciative of the fact that this side effect, or this other benefit that they're receiving by having this pilot project take place. So if there, and again, any new pilot projects that come to us or suggestion, again, they're scrutinized. They're looked at and they're reviewed, and just like any other contract that the government enters into, there's always that negotiation, again, trying to get the best deal for the people in the province of New Brunswick. Because whether it's buying hospital beds or hospital pans, or again, medicine, or paying a fee for service for somebody performing a procedure, those again are all negotiated, they're all overseen, and again, it's not myself or some of the other ministers making those negotiations. It's a team of negotiators that again are making sure that these are done in a proper manner and getting the best deal for the people in New Brunswick. And we know that challenges are happening right across Canada, and again, we're meeting these challenges head on, and that's why we're making some of the changes that I talk about today. We know that our population is getting older. We know that as you age, you do increase the dependence on the healthcare system, and that's why we as individuals need to work with our healthcare providers in order to manage our healthcare, be it preventative or primary care, and again alleviate some of the crush or some of the pressure on the emergency rooms, which end up having some of the stories that don't go well and appear in the in the press. The good stories that I hear of people that go in, get service right away, usually don't make the headline. But again, we know that there's been some of the processes changed, some of the patient flow have been improved, and again, it's a whole continuum, right from making sure that there are beds out there in the community or home care workers that are available to help the people that are discharged to the home, special care home or special care home with clinical services, or the nursing homes. And that, again, will allow beds to be freed up, so if you're admitted in emergency, you can go upstairs into the appropriate floor where you need to get the care. That would allow other people to be have been triaged to move into the emergency room and get the care they need. So it's a whole continuum of care, Madam Speaker, right from the prevention, the primary care, to the emergency room, up to the wards, up to the floors, and out into the community, into getting care at the right place, at the right time, in the right location. And that goes back to some of the pillars of the health plan that talks about caring for seniors. So this new partnership between Vitality Health Network, the Acadian Bathurst Ophthalmology Centre, it's a prime example of how we're taking action to improve health care in our region. That's a concrete action, Madam Chair. And again, the clinic continues to be offered by healthcare providers in the region, and the cost will be covered by Medicare. That again is an important factor that I think some people may have missed. And I do want to thank my colleagues, the honourable members from Bathurst East, Pisiguit, St. Edors, and Bathurst West Bedford, who joined us for our recent announcement, and were invited to come to the picture, apparently, some of the details of that day, and they accepted heartily, readily, and might have been standing there already, but we won't go into those details. The fact of the matter, it was a great day. It was a great day of this side of the House working with the official opposition, and I really do appreciate that. And we want to continue to work together on files that move the healthcare system forward for the people in the province of New Brunswick. Madame la Présidente, je le répète, notre gouvernement reste déterminé à assurer que le système de soins de santé demeurera public. Madam Chair, once again, I won't belabor because I know there's a number of bills that have to go through second reading before time is expired. And again, I hope people see the benefits of Bill number 3, which is just expanding services outside the bricks and mortar of a building to be able to provide those services to the people of New Brunswick. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Recognize the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to echo some of the comments made by the Minister of Health. He acknowledged the hard work that healthcare professionals are doing on a daily basis, the hard work that they've done over the last couple of years, and I too want to recognize that. But they also are dealing with a shortage of staff, and morale is low. Working conditions are not great. And so there are a number of improvements that can be made around that, and I think that we need to emphasize that there are underlying issues that need to be addressed. And now this legislation being brought forward is to allow surgical clinics to be opened up outside of hospital. And there's no question that wait times are far too long. We went over the numbers a couple of weeks ago, the different surgeries, the key surgeries that most New Brunswickers are on the wait list for. We know knees and hips, especially I raised in the Moncton area, Moncton Hospital, having astronomical wait times, far exceeding the benchmark. And so initiatives like this can be a good thing to help reduce surgical wait times. He's talking about this being designed for the pilot project in the Bathurst area for cataract surgeries. That's been a pilot that's been being worked on now for a number of years. That actually predates this legislation, this proposed legislation being presented here. It's something that it took 3 ministers of health to finally get across the finish line. But like I said, we still are seeing issues with our labor force. There's a desperate shortage of healthcare professionals, including nurses. I know he mentioned that some are coming out of retirement to work at the Bathurst Clinic, but that continues to be an issue. And if they can't figure that out, surgical wait times will continue to grow, despite whether they're being performed in hospital, out of hospital, in clinics or private clinics. And so we need to get to the crux of that issue. We need to see a more aggressive strategy from government to address recruitment and retention, being working conditions, the shift work that they're asked to do, and compensation. Those are issues that they tell us that are, reasons why young nurses are leaving the profession now and why some are not coming back. And so those are issues that need to be addressed. And now we're talking about setting up private clinics outside of hospitals, and we're going to be taking workers potentially from the public sector to go work in these private clinics. We're expanding space, but we're not expanding workforce. So is it a workforce problem, or is it a facilities problem, the space that we're short? So those are questions that we will be seeking. We've asked them some of those questions already, but we'll have a deeper dive for sure with the department here during committee. But there's also the question around the business model around this case. The minister is assuring us that it's a pay-for-fee service type of model, that we will have doctors that are, setting up or putting forward these business cases, that they're the ones that will be owners of the facilities. They will be responsible for staffing, like we've seen physician fee-for-service types of establishments now. But I still don't see necessarily in this legislation that we will, not allow international types of companies or professionals setting up shop in here. It's a concern to have corporations that are going to get into the healthcare business. Will it drive up costs? They mentioned it's still going to be provincially covered service, but there still could be issues with respect to driving up costs if we have international surgical corporations setting up shop. And so we need to have more details around the business model. We need to have more details around the recruitment, around healthcare professionals that will be staffing these places. And so I look forward to having the department at committee. And so, it also raises the questions that there are other healthcare professionals that are providing services now outside of a hospital setting that are not, granted the same type of privileges that will be allowing these types of private clinics. We've heard from, colleagues talk about nurse practitioners in the northwest of the province that are not being given access to, the referral or lab testing type of facilities. And so they're trying to, relieve gaps in services, but they're not being given the same types of privileges that the public side is given. So are we going to explore expanding that? Same thing for physiotherapists that aren't able to, prescribe x-rays. We're sending people to emergency rooms now. So are we going to be looking at other ways to empower, health, allies in the healthcare profession that, that we're talking about. We hear a lot about pharmacies that are able to do different things. So I'm looking forward to seeing what this, global plan is in terms of addressing these issues, and I look forward to having the department here at committee to answer our questions. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Next, the member for Memramcook Transmara. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm rising today to speak at second reading to Bill 3, an act respecting surgical facilities. And I'm happy to speak to it today, but I'm really looking forward to committee, where I'll have the chance to ask questions of the minister and hopefully gain some clarity on exactly what this will mean, what exactly the plan is, and what is the evidence that this is going to solve the problems that it purports to solve. I'm especially concerned about what this could open the door to, Madam Speaker, in terms of potentially corporations, maybe multinationals, but corporations that are profit-driven, owning private facilities where surgeries could happen. And I think that many a New Brunswicker would agree with me that our public health care system is of great value to us, and keeping profit motives out of healthcare is very important. And I'm extremely concerned about the door being opened to profit motive, and that shouldn't be what exists in our healthcare system, Madam Speaker. And I referenced in question period a letter that was sent to me, and I believe it was sent to all of the MLAs, where it was a large group, almost 100 people, of concerned citizens from across the province who are really worried about this trend we're seeing. And I am too, Madam Speaker, because we have seen an increase in the privatization of the management of our healthcare system. And so I know that sometimes there are attempts to muddy the waters and say, well, you won't have to pay out of pocket, and so it's not being privatized. But, Madam Speaker, we're seeing, for example, Medavie Health Services increasingly managing parts of our healthcare system, and they don't do it just out of the goodness of their heart. they get millions of dollars in performance bonuses, Madam Speaker. And so, and they have loads of exemptions that help them get bonuses when I would argue that they shouldn't. And I don't lay this at the feet of the paramedics. They do everything they can to save lives and respond. And I would say that about all healthcare workers, doctors, nurses, radiation technologists, anesthesiologists. I could go on. There's a lot of different types of workers in our healthcare systems, but Madam Speaker, there are major issues with this subcontracting of parts of our healthcare system. And so we see Ambulance New Brunswick, and we see Extramural, and we see Telecare, and we see HealthLink. The minister at second reading for this bill stood up and spoke about that. And my understanding from journalists asking questions when this was announced is that there wasn't competition for subcontracting of this service, of this idea. Medavie has said, even when I've asked them questions in public accounts, that they have gone and pitched ideas to the government, and that's how certain things have happened. And we see that time after time. And we've heard the minister say he's accepting business proposals. Madam Speaker, I'm very concerned about this trend. And one of the aspects of it is a loss of control, loss of accountability to the public. The more you subcontract, have the CEO, for example, be responsible to a board of directors. The Attorney General even wrote a report about concerns with the contract with Ambulance New Brunswick, Madam Speaker. This is very serious. And we've been unable to get answers to certain questions in public accounts. Well, no, we're not a crown corporation, so no, we're responsible to the board of directors. Madam Speaker, it's very concerning to see this trend continue, and it's a trend that didn't just start. It's been going through successive governments, but it needs to stop. I am also concerned about creating competition with the public sector. Horizon Vitalité, as is clear at this point, need to work on retention. That's a priority. And then on recruitment, and there needs to be an increase in the efforts around training. And that, there's a role obviously for government, but Vitalité and Horizon are going to be put in a position to have increased competition if there are private companies that are able to make money, and there's an increase in the private sector of healthcare. I'm extremely concerned about this. To be creating more competition for Vitalité and Horizon is a concern. Of course, there are questions that need to be raised about equitable access across the province et l'accès équitable pas seulement à travers des régions, mais dans les deux langues officielles. Madame la Présidente, c'est absolument très important, et on sait que c'est nécessaire dans nos hôpitaux, par exemple. Il faut assurer accès dans les deux langues officielles. Même dans, je ne pense pas qu'on devrait avoir un secteur privé, et c'est une inquiétude. And Madam Speaker, again, we can look at the U.S. I feel like as people who live on the land we now call Canada, look at the U.S., we see ourselves as different, and one of the reasons is because of the healthcare system. And we could get into how our similarities and differences, but one distinct thing is around our healthcare system. And so, Madam Speaker, there is a concern about multinationals, about large corporations seeing an opportunity to profit. And so what exactly does this open the door to, Madam Speaker? We know that our public health care system has not received all of the support that it needs, that healthcare workers, from doctors to nurses and others, have been ringing alarm bells and have been calling for help and making suggestions for a long time, and that those warnings were not heeded. And we know, Madam Speaker, that there is a human health human resources challenge, and I am concerned about what this will mean for all of those things, and to open the door to more profit motives in the healthcare system, I think is a mistake, Madam Speaker. And so, as I said, I do look forward to having a chance to ask more questions when we get to committee, and to find out exactly what we're in store for, Madam Speaker. And so I thank you for the chance to speak to Bill 3, and I look forward to revisiting this bill when we get to committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Campbellton-Dalhousie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to be able to rise on second reading on Bill 3, an act respecting surgical facilities. I have a few comments to make. I am a little concerned with the bill. Obviously, there are some good things in every bill, but there are some issues with regards to details sometimes, and look forward in committee to get a hold of that. But one of the things that I see is that it's setting up privatized clinics. And as soon as you hear the word privatized and you're talking about the public system, it seems to set up some type of competition with the public system. And I've heard the minister say here in the House, I've heard him in the media on different aspects of it, and we talk about the personnel that's going to work in this private clinic, and he says, well, they're going to be retired, so they're not taken away from the public system. But that is just at this clinic, and that's just for now. And I say to you, Madam Speaker, is that where's the creativity in all of this? If some of these retired professionals, nurses and other health professionals are retired and are willing to come back, why weren't they back sooner? Why weren't they convinced maybe to help us out in the public sector and maybe staff the ER room on a day basis, or staff a unit on a day basis, and give them some benefits that would make sure that it would attract some of those retired teachers to come back, because not teachers but nurses and other healthcare workers, when you look at it, they're going to be retired, they're going to be getting a pension, and plus they're going to be getting a salary. So what do we have to offer our retirees if they worked in the area? So one of the things that we'll have to look at is a term, and I listened to the briefing yesterday, is a term, surgical services. Surgical services. So what's going to happen, and I commend at least the minister for looking at alternative solutions, but obviously there's a major issue with the length of time that people are waiting for cataract surgery in that region. So when you look at that and you say, well, they can only operate 2 or 3 days, so where was the creativity? Was this the only solution? And that's partially what's wrong with the health system right there now. They lack creativity. They lack, the main question is that they should be asking, rather than close something, how do we keep it open? How are the solutions? They talk about solutions, and I give them. So there they are. They had maybe a 2-day or 3-day window to do cataract surgery in Bathurst, and they needed more. They needed more. So what could be done? Well, for one thing, whether the minister knows it or not, there's a major construction going on at the Bathurst Hospital. Did they make provisions for more operating rooms to allow for more cataract surgery, to allow for more? Okay, did they do that? No. They're going to have the same number of surgery rooms, facilities in the new complex as it now exists. So where's the give it? The other thing I can tell you, Madam Speaker, is that when it comes to cataract surgery, maybe if they looked at, in reality, they closed the cataract unit at the Hamilton Regional Hospital. All of our patients have to travel down to Bathurst. Maybe if they would have reopened the cataract surgery in Hamilton, like they should be doing, then that would alleviate this problem for waiting times in Bathurst. You're jamming up the system, and I'm telling you right there now, Madam Speaker, that is part of the plan in the north, is to try to centralize one big hospital. And what happens is you're going to have long waiting times for other surgeries as well. And if you keep on sending everyone to Bathurst, and after a while, the Bathurst residents and that health region are going to say, well, gosh, we're waiting. That's all they had to do was reopen. And I've been asking for this for 4 years. And I want to credit Vitality. When I first got in this role and I pushed for it, I met with the president of Vitality at the time, and he assured me that it was only temporary and they would get it back open. And you know, I got to hold him to it. He did get it back open, and it stayed open only for 3 months, so I'm told. And then after that, it closed, again, temporary basis. But they have all the equipment there to do cataract surgery. So you have people who need cataract surgery. They can't drive on their own. They're coming down from an hour's drive, an hour and a half drive, sometimes a 2-hour drive, elderly people having to get someone to drive them down, spend a day down there, your meals, your travel expenses, everything else, and then they come back home after the surgery, and lo and behold, this is what I'm told, that very next day, they have to go back down, same trip, same thing again, wait in the waiting room for the doctor, brings them in, just looks at them for about 2-3 minutes, the eyes, making sure the surgery went well, which is good, and then they go back home. So if that was done in their home hospital, or even better than that, be a little more creative. Get some of the optometrists to have a look the next day in their hometown, at least the eye, and if they can see if there's an issue or not, and then say, okay, you got to get to Bathurst to your surgeon to see him again. So there you go. Again, you have elderly patients traveling, winter travel. We have during moose season, we've talked about the Premier has said that he doesn't want us traveling at night because of the moose. We've asked for fencing, but he said, no, better than that, don't travel at night. So there's no ambulances can travel at night? No ambulances? Oh, no 18-wheelers? Oh, and now with the change of time, I don't know when we will be able to travel. It's quite a mix-up, so I don't know. You know, it's sad that you have to live under those conditions. It does not make sense. Now, we have full facilities, high-quality facilities, and here we go. Now, another thing that concerns me, and I asked yesterday, and I was quite shocked, when there is a cataract surgery in the hospital, okay, the doctor comes in, does the surgery, he's paid for that surgery. That's good. And he deserves it. And I'll tell you right there now, the doctor in Bathurst is world class. World class. I've heard everything, nothing but good things about that doctor. He's the best as far as, I would put him up against anyone in the world as far as handling that type of surgery. We should be proud to have him in New Brunswick. And there's no way I'm criticizing him at all. He's the best. Okay? But when they get in there, they get paid. Now, when he decided to open his clinic and this and that, so he's going to build Medicare. And he's going to build them for what he would normally build them in a hospital, I think. I didn't really get that, but that's the impression we get from the minister. But the minister didn't tell us also, after a little bit of soul searching yesterday, I asked the question, well, what else do we pay for? What else? What else? And there is another fee. There's a per procedure facility fee. So you have to pay for the facilities that you're using per operation, including the visit the next day, but you have to pay per facility fee, per procedure. So go back and think about that hospital in Bathurst. It's paid for, it's budgeted for, okay? So the facility is already paid for. So now there's a budget for that. So now we're going into the private clinic. So the operation is paid for, that's good. It's a budgeted item, and that's not an extra expense. But now there's a facility fee. So there has to be a budget for that to pay the facility fee to the corporation, the doctor's corporation or whatever. So that means there's extra, the budget's going to increase to pay for facilities. When we already have facilities in Hamilton that could handle that, and now maybe it would be enough to make sure that there wouldn't be a wait time in Bathurst. So that's the other thing that's a little aggravating when it comes to that. The other thing is, and I mentioned it last week sometime, is the angle of they're already doing half of this stuff. They already started. You know what I think? I think they found out by some of the other clinics that they were doing. Someone probably told them somewhere down the line, hey, you guys don't even have the authority to do that. You better get something straightened out here. That's the impression I have. I'm not a lawyer. But I can tell you, I know people have told me that there are some things that should be done in a hospital and are being shipped to private clinics because they can't handle it. They don't have the capacity in a hospital, so they ship them to private clinics. So it's already happening. Already happening. And I'm looking forward, because I have a few examples to ask the minister on that, a few examples of that. They've been shipping them to private clinics in the Moncton area to handle that. So I say to you, Madam Speaker, is that there's some issues with this. It's not just a simple bill. So it's already happening. The clinic, I'm led to believe, is already open, probably functioning. I'm not, and here we are with a bill that we have to pay after the fact. So I'm a little concerned about that aspect, the way this government moves on issues without authority, without putting the vote. They're taking the legislature for granted. Now I know they're a majority government, and they like to do things. And when they were a minority government, they would have never done this without proper consultation. Not at all. Would have never done this without that. And I hear the Minister of Energy here piping up, and I hope that he will speak on this, because he's a rural minister, and he's got to start standing up for rural New Brunswick for a change rather than for his colleagues here. He's got to speak. He's got to be an advocate for rural New Brunswick, and it's about time that he recognizes that as a minister of the Crown. I'm very, and he's got to start doing a little more of that aspect. And he has to also realize that health care is important to rural New Brunswick. It shouldn't be all centralized in some of the urban areas. And that's another aspect that sort of bothers me with this bill. So it's a start. It opens the door to other things, and it's done in a non-transparent way. And that's something that's been, the media, if you look at some of the statements in the media and some of the experts, and I'm not an expert in healthcare. I'm not an expert, but what you're reading in the newspapers and what you're listening on interviews, different individuals, if they're allowed to speak, if they're employed for Vitality. We had a doctor during COVID that said they should be wearing an N95 mask very early in the COVID thing. No, you couldn't do that. She had to send a letter in to explain that she was mistaken. There was a professional doctor forced to apologize because she said we should be wearing N95 masks. Little did we know, a year later, we have to wear N95. They're recommending N95 masks for everyone. And she was just asking for doctors in the operating room, doctors in the hallway, medical staff going into rooms of patients. It made sense. It made sense. But you can't speak your mind sometimes, I guess. You're not allowed. So it lacks transparency. This bill lacks transparency as well, because this is happening. They should make a list of all of the clinics that they have this going on in, not necessarily cataract surgery, just the first one, but other clinics that they have going on in the province. I know that the St. Joseph Hospital Clinic had a very functional clinic, and it was in the throne speech. They mentioned Dalhousie in the throne speech about multidisciplinary clinic, and it was working well. It was great, fantastic. But again, there's part of it not functioning, and that's the walk-in part. So you can only serve so many. The only ones that will be served there is if they are already engaged as patients. Other than that, when there is a person in that region, in that Dalhousie region, that wants to see a medical doctor and they don't have one, or a nurse practitioner, they used to be able to go in to that clinic and be serviced. But now they've closed that section of it, and they haven't reopened it yet. But it's only temporary. Like the obstetrics at the Campbellton Hospital. It's only temporary. It's about 3-4 years now that it's going on. That is closed. It does not make sense when you have a regional hospital. You have to be more creative, and you have to treat it as an urgent matter, and you have to put some time in and some effort into that. And I guess I'm being a little critical there, but I should, at this point in time, mention that Vitality has recently announced that there are a number of doctors coming back into the Campbellton Hospital, so that's good to hear, and so I give them full marks for that, although you know, we gave them a list of doctors that were former, I know one of them was a resident, a student of mine in school, wanted to come back, but now, because, and I gave their name, number, phone number with her permission to Vitality. They said, yeah, well, give us some names, because we were saying that all along, that you know, they weren't calling these students. They weren't calling these students up and trying to entice them to come, or meeting with them, sending them letters. And I asked her, after 2 months of sending her name to Vitality, I asked her if she had ever, I called her up personally and talked to her and asked her if she had ever heard from Vitality. The answer was no, no, no. Now she is doing her residency out of province, I believe. I'm not sure exactly where, or maybe down in the southern end of the province, as opposed to wanting to come home in the north. Now she's down there. Will she decide to stay there? Probably, probably. So those are all things that, little things that irk people when they talk about these things. And the government has to share it a little bit. We're talking about the next thing that's going to come down the pipe are the centres of excellence. We hear these little words here and there and here and there. And speaking of centres of excellence, a youth mental health centre of excellence, and I give credit to the minister. He must be in tip-top shape, because the headline said, "Minister does a backflip." So that's pretty good. But I think they probably meant a flip-flop rather than a backflip. I don't know. But at least it proved that Centre of Excellence should have stayed where it was built, in Campbellton. There's no need for it to have been moved, and it should. And this decision that they're going to put 8 permanent beds in Campbellton and 8 in Moncton proves, in fact, that should have happened. It should have never gone to Moncton. Should have stayed there. It was 90% built, and it was ready to go. The recruitment was in place. Everything. Outside independent sources came in and said things are going well. And it would have worked well. Right there now, who's suffering the most? It's lack of programming for our youth to deal with difficult cases in mental health. So, I guess I don't want to take up too much time here. I may have to speak later, so I want to save some of that for later. But I think I've made my point. And the thing is, I credit that I'm not against cutting down wait times, but there are sometimes better ways of doing it than privatization. And privatization, I think you have to be very careful once you open that door. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'd like to recognize the member from Fredericton South and the leader of his party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate it. And I always appreciate listening to the member for Campbellton-Dalhousie, the official opposition's House Leader. He always has something to say, and it's always interesting. And he brings that sensibility of people from Campbellton, Madam Speaker, which I really appreciate. One of my best friends from Campbellton, and over the years I got quite roped into the Casey clan and a little bit of the Van Horn clan, and spend time with those folks, and you couldn't find better people outside of Charlotte County, of course, Madam Speaker. I do want to speak to Bill 3, an Act respecting surgical facilities, Madam Speaker. It raises lots of important questions because, while the Act is thin, it changes the definition. And Madam Speaker, I think, as you know, I am a bit of a broken record in this House about the importance of definitions, because as lawyers always say, this is the one thing I've learned from lawyers, words matter. I think in law school that must be something that is repeated regularly. Perhaps it's even a chant that happens in the mornings. I don't know, never having been to law school, but words do matter, Madam Speaker, and this definition says private facility means a private clinic or a hospital facility established, operated, or maintained by a person other than a regional health authority as defined in the Regional Health Authorities Act. Now again, words matter, Madam Speaker. We know that legally a person can mean more than an individual. It can mean a corporation, Madam Speaker. Corporations have personhood, which that's a whole other conversation, Madam Speaker, and a whole other history about how corporations manage to achieve personhood in law, which would be an interesting and valuable debate to have some time, but not today. So this refers to private facility as a private clinic or hospital facility established, operated, or maintained by a person. So say corporation, Madam Speaker. This bill doesn't single out any specific, really any specific sort of surgical procedure, although all the talk's been around dealing with visual procedures, visual health, particularly cataract surgery, Madam Speaker, and but it doesn't say that, and so it could extend to a lot of other things, as we know. The Minister of Health has said that he's entertaining or willing to entertain business proposals from others for other procedures. I'm assuming for things like vasectomies, Madam Speaker. And it's interesting, vasectomies are offered up the hill here, outside of the hospital, and one of the things they can do is provide a little bit of upselling, Madam Speaker, for a kind of approach to vasectomies which really aren't covered by Medicare. And that's interesting because certainly looking at cataract surgery and how it's been delivered in other parts of Canada by subsidiaries of Vision Group Canada Incorporated, one of the things that often is done is they look at trying to upsell people away from the surgeries for cataract, for example, that would be covered by Medicare or under the contract they have with, in this case, the health authority, to a version of cataract surgery that isn't covered, kind of the, the gold standard or the sort of Rolls-Royce version of cataract surgery, which you would have to pay for. Wouldn't be covered under the normal arrangement there. So there's that upselling. With vasectomies, I'm not sure what that gold standard is, Madam Speaker, but I certainly didn't get it when I had mine. I'll tell you that. In fact, I didn't even get the proper drugs, which was a bit of a problem. But it's a kind of a funny story. So you're supposed to have a driver to take you home when you get these drugs, understandably, because you don't want someone on the road driving under the influence of these very fine drugs that you would have when getting a vasectomy. I didn't have a driver, Madam Speaker, so I didn't get the drugs, but we're a tough bunch, Coon family, and it all went well. Yeah. But it is interesting, but it was provided at the Ormocto Hospital, not in a not in an operating room, but in kind of just a room with a bunch of other fellows from base Gagetown, actually, young men who served their country and got the good drugs. I'll tell you that. So they weren't complaining. They weren't complaining at all. It's true. It's true. I wasn't aiming for it, but maybe I will. Anyways, good memories, kind of. Madam Speaker. Let me compose myself. Stop. But it's really not a laughing matter at all. So let me get back to cataract surgery. That's better. So one of the concerns, Madam Speaker, is if these clinics are opened up for whatever procedures, that they become so commonplace in these clinics that they could be delisted, just delisted from public pay. So I'm not talking about next year or the year after, but down the road it becomes so commonplace that things like cataract surgery, vasectomies are being done in clinics outside of hospitals and just get delisted. You just pay for that yourself. So that's a concern. Another concern is how do we maintain capacity inside our hospitals for delivering other dimensions of ophthalmology, vision health care in our hospitals if ophthalmologists are drawn away into private clinics. When you think about it, you know, cataract surgery is just one part of a whole suite of things that ophthalmologists do, particularly on the surgery side, for vision problems or worse, accidents. And we need to, so there is a question, I wonder if the government's done their homework on this, whether or not they've looked at how to maintain that capacity in our hospitals if this came to pass, and much with the frequency of cataract surgery would be happening in clinics. You take that a little further, ophthalmologists, Madam Speaker, have hospital privileges, but it's premised on a kind of quid pro quo where they're on call at the hospital and they make rounds, they do post-op work there, they deal with complications stemming from, sometimes it happens, from cataract surgery and other surgeries, Madam Speaker. Same could be said for vasectomies. So what's going to happen there? Has government done their homework on this bill in terms of ensuring that that ophthalmologists continue to be engaged, our local ophthalmologists continue to be engaged at the hospital level, Madam Speaker? It's very important. And then maintain their hospital privileges as a result. So it seems like there's a risk there that needs to be looked at if this were to go forward. So while the definition just refers to persons, there certainly are corporations, Madam Speaker, and just in the field of in vision care and cataract surgery, like Vision Group Canada Incorporated. So they've got quite a few facilities across North America, quite a few employees, and what does that look like? Besides the upselling, Madam Speaker, imagine this. To minimize their costs, to maximize their profits out of the contract signed with Vitalité or Horizon, that they decide, Well, it would be cheaper for us just to bring in ophthalmologists, surgeons from Quebec when we need them, and then send them back when we don't, and therefore we don't have to maintain permanent ophthalmologists in the cataract clinics. Well, that becomes a problem because then we really start to cut into New Brunswick's capacity to develop the to deliver the kind of care, health care for vision, for eyes that we need to be able to provide. So it's a good question. Vision Group Canada has a subsidiary in Moncton operating, which is a pay-as-you-go clinic right now. That's LASIK MD, Madam Speaker. And will they apply, if this goes through, to be one of those for a contract with one of the health authorities, or Madam Speaker, or not? I don't know. But they already are in Moncton and could easily do so and could expand further. And so then you run into this competition for ophthalmologists between what the corporate version of these clinics might be doing versus others. The kind of clinic that the minister keeps talking about, which is where an ophthalmologist or a couple might open a clinic themselves and enter into a contract with Horizon or Vitalité to deliver those services. So I guess one of the questions, Madam Speaker, is, why not have Horizon or Vitalité open cataract clinics themselves? Keep it public. If they feel it would be beneficial to do it outside of the hospital, free up some time in the surgeries, maybe they can see that there are cost savings available by doing it outside of the hospital. Why not have Horizon and Vitalité clinics that they own? So keep them under public ownership, and then away you go. So whatever benefits the minister has been seeing, he hasn't shared much yet, but whatever he's seeing from going towards cataract clinics, just do it outside of the hospital, owned in clinics owned by Horizon or Vitalité. You can do the same thing with sexual and reproductive health clinics owned by Horizon and Vitalité to provide a whole range of sexual health services, reproductive health services in clinics owned and operated by Vitalité and Horizon. So I don't see, Madam Speaker, the value of going to privately owned clinics. I could see the value in having publicly owned clinics if there are opportunities to provide improved access and health care at the clinics, and meanwhile freeing up surgery space in the hospitals. I can see that, but I certainly see the risks involved in the way this bill is presented in terms of corporatizing the delivery of some health care services in this province, which would be to our detriment, Madam Speaker. So there will be certainly lots of questions, and once again, this is the kind of bill, Madam Speaker, that would, the MLAs on the committee, the members of the committee, would benefit from having the ability to call witnesses, because this is a thin bill, but boy, the implications, the consequences, could be extremely broad. We need to think broadly about it, not in the narrow way the minister is suggesting, or the narrow narrative he has. We have to look at what the bill says and then look at it broadly. What could the broad implications be here, not just next year too, so across time. So think about it broadly, thinking about it longitudinally over a longer period of time, Madam Speaker, because it's our job to think about about consequences of legislation like this. It could be sweeping, what its impact could be on the healthcare system, what its impact could be on the numbers of ophthalmologists operating in our hospitals, or the ability of ophthalmologists to continue to provide services that can only be delivered in hospitals beyond cataract surgery. So that's a concern, Madam Speaker, and that's why I think witnesses would be very helpful. It'd be interesting to hear from ophthalmologists in New Brunswick about their views. It'd be interesting to hear from the CEOs of Horizon and Vitalité. Why not them opening clinics outside of the hospitals to provide particular specific surgeries that can be done in that way, where there's a fairly high volume of patients and freeing up space in the hospitals themselves, but keep them as Horizon clinics or keep them as Vitalité clinics. It's coincidental that I suppose that Horizon in the last month has announced a whole number of things they're doing to improve access to surgeries, speed that up. And Madam Speaker, and they're using the Sackville Hospital, the Sussex Hospital, and at least 2 other hospitals in that effort. So clearly they're working hard, they being the regional health authorities, are working hard, Madam Speaker, to increase access to surgeries of different kinds, and let's include them in thinking about providing some services through clinics owned by the RHAs, and then we don't have to define this as being established, operated, maintained by a person, but actually established, operated, maintained by the RHAs. That would make it nice and clean, nice and neat, very straightforward, keep it all public, and maybe that will improve overall access as well at the same time to certain surgeries, Madam Speaker. So I hope that our Legislative Assembly in its collective wisdom will determine that this is another case where witnesses should be called, as happened with the Child Welfare Act bill, Madam Speaker, and let me remind you and members of the outcome of calling witnesses to the committee stage of the Child Welfare Act bill, Madam Speaker. Well, those witnesses had such an impact on the minister that he brought a whole series of amendments to improve the bill that both the official opposition and the third party had contemplated and had planned to bring forward. But the minister himself brought forward pretty much equivalent amendments based on the testimony of those witnesses, based on the evidence provided by those witnesses at committee stage of the Standing Committee on Economic Policy, which made for some significant and important improvements in the bill that the Minister of Social Development had first introduced. And then, remarkable, Madam Speaker, after hearing the witnesses, he clearly felt there were some shortcomings in the bill, some improvements could be made, as we all did, and the minister himself brought forward those amendments, for the most part, Madam Speaker, which we supported. The power of witnesses at committee stage, Madam Speaker, cannot be undersold. It is tremendous, and we've got that evidence right here in the Legislative Assembly now with the precedent that was established and practiced by having witnesses come before the Standing Committee on Economic Policy as members studied the bill to bring in a new Child Welfare Act. And what came out the other end was better, improved, supported by all members on the committee, and supported by this Legislative Assembly through third reading, Madam Speaker. So that's how it's supposed to work in our Westminster system of democracy. So that's why, Madam Speaker, I'm hoping for a second effort for this Legislative Assembly, Madam Speaker, to say yes, we should call witnesses before the Standing Committee on Economic Policy at committee stage for Bill number 3, an Act respecting surgical facilities. And Madam Speaker, I bet if we do, there will be important amendments that will occur, and maybe what comes out of the end of this end of that process will be a far improved bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to committee stage, hopefully with witnesses.
Is it the pleasure of the House that Bill number 3 be now read for a second time? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried.
An act respecting surgical facilities.
Pursuant to Standing Rule 42.1, Bill number 3 stands referred to the Standing Committee on Economic Policy.
Bill number 4.
Plaît-il à la Chambre que le projet de loi numéro... No. 5.
Doing 4.
We're doing 5.
Okay. Bill number 5.
Soit maintenant lu une deuxième fois. I recognize the Minister for Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in the House today to present a second reading of a bill entitled Missing Persons Act. When a loved one goes missing, their disappearance has devastating effects on family members, friends, and their community. By putting missing persons legislation in place, our government will be ensuring that investigations involving missing persons will not be stalled or halted. Madam Speaker, this proposed legislation will assist law enforcement agencies in locating a missing person where no criminal investigation is underway. Currently, in these cases, there is no legislation to assist law enforcement agencies. In these cases, law enforcement agencies are not able to obtain a production order under the Criminal Code of Canada and therefore have no ability to compel individuals or corporations to release personal information about the missing person, critical information. This inability to access information concerning the missing person can stall and sometimes completely halt missing persons investigations. Madam Speaker, under the proposed new law, once a person is established to be a missing person, police officers will be able to request information contained in persons' records with an emergency urgent demand in order for the production of records or a search warrant. They'll be able to request items including records relating to signals from a wireless device that may indicate the location of the wireless device, cell phone records, all forms of instant messaging and GPS tracking methods. All of these things can help further an investigation. Madam Speaker, for police to access any of this information, they must first apply to the courts to obtain it. I know there's been some questions around privacy, and I want to ensure members, and we'll get more into it in economic policy, but the privacy concerns, I think you will see, have been alleviated. And as a result, the police will need to provide a rationale demonstrating the necessity, proportionality, effectiveness, and that it has minimal intrusiveness. All of this ensures the right balance between enabling law enforcement to investigate a missing person case and fundamental privacy rights. Madam Speaker, enacting missing persons legislation was also brought forward in the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, which was published in June of 2019 and listed 231 calls for justice to protect Indigenous women and girls. According to the Missing and Murdered Aboriginal Women 2015 update to the National Operational Overview report by the RCMP, Indigenous women represent 10% of the total population of women in Canada missing for at least 30 days, reported by the Canadian Police Information Centre. I'm pleased that we are introducing this much-needed legislation and fulfill a recommendation of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. Madam Speaker, our government recognizes the importance of having legislation in place that will allow law enforcement agencies to conduct a missing person investigation to the best of their ability. It is crucial that we give law enforcement the tools to do their job and bring missing persons home. For this reason, I am pleased to introduce this legislation. And Madam Speaker, before I close, I am humbled and honoured by the families that are here today that have been introduced earlier. And I can tell you that being joined by the LeBlanc family and Mrs. Cheryl Bedell, that they have had heartache and pain through their loss. And I'm just so excited today that they have advocated so hard for so long before I come onto the scene, Madam Speaker. They have been advocating for these changes so that no family has to experience the pain that they have experienced in their time. And I'm grateful for them and for their advocacy for these changes. I want to thank them for their dedication in seeing this legislation introduced today. I'm pleased that they're here for second reading. And I am convinced, Madam Speaker, that as we go through the committee to look into this bill, that the opposition parties will agree this is much needed. It's not new to the country. Other jurisdictions have done it, and it enables quick response from police when it's needed the most, when people go missing, and that there's criteria around it to ensure privacy, that that's not infringed, that the courts are involved in that process as well. So I'm very pleased. I want to thank the former minister, the Department of Justice, Public Safety for their work on this file over the years, and I'm just excited to present this today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Shediac, Beaubassin, Capelec.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je suis aussi très content de me lever en Chambre aujourd'hui pour parler de ce projet de loi que le ministre vient de tant longuement qui était attendu, projet de loi sur les personnes disparues. Je vais prendre le temps au début d'apprécier les commentaires du ministre pour ce projet de loi qui était tant attendu. Je veux aussi reconnaître le message que le ministre a apporté sur l'importance et d'emmener un projet de loi aussi important, aussi rapidement. Aussi, je veux prendre le temps de reconnaître la famille qui est ici aujourd'hui, qui aussi ont attendu si désespérément de voir ce projet de loi passer ou de venir en deuxième lecture devant la Chambre. Et aussi, Madame la Présidente, je reconnais leur angoisse. Je prends le temps aussi de reconnaître ici mes collègues qui ont participé hier, qui ont eu la chance de participer à un brefage avec les fonctionnaires qui nous ont donné la chance de poser des questions à première vue d'ordre, qui étaient très pertinentes. Et je pense que le message de ce bord d'ici de la Chambre, à première vue d'œil, Madame la Présidente, nous l'appuyons ce projet de loi. Je reconnais ici de ce bord, à première vue d'œil, que nous reconnaissons l'importance, mais aussi que nous l'appuyons. Madam Speaker, strengthening our ability to locate missing persons with the assistance of law enforcement will permit us to enhance chances for success. And that's what is important here in this bill. It's the results that these families are expecting. And we'll give more strength to this bill, but also give them the tools to be able to act quickly and to help the families stop with their anxiety of a missing person. We will be asking questions as soon as this bill is in committee. Although these expanded powers of investigations could be helpful in the search of missing persons, we need to ensure always that such powers are not subject to abuse or used for purposes other than which is it intended. So, Madam Speaker, it's with great pride that we see that this bill in front of us here at second reading, and I will stop there because I will have questions, and my colleagues will have questions during committee work. So with that, I will end there and expect to see more in front of the committee work to do a more exhaustive questioning. But I also want to take the time the importance of this bill. It's something that it's in basically long overdue, but it's very important to see in year 2022 that we recognize the importance of Missing Persons Act. So thank you, Madam Speaker, and we'll be able to ask questions during committee work. Thank you.
Recognize the member for Kent North.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Mais un peu comme mon collègue, ça fait partie même des appels à la justice de l'enquête nationale sur les femmes et filles autochtones disparues et assassinées, c'est 5.8, qui était assez clair, demandant à tous les gouvernements provinciaux et territoriaux d'adopter des mesures législatives relatives aux personnes disparues. Et donc, c'est clair qu'on va avoir des questions à savoir comment est-ce que la consultation a eu lieu, comment est-ce que les différents groupes ont été inclus dans cette proposition de changement de loi. Et tout comme mon collègue disait, je pense qu'il faut quand même s'assurer lors des questions qu'on s'assure qu'il y a des mesures de sécurité pour pas qu'il y ait des atteintes ou des abus de pouvoir, des atteintes envers le droit à la vie privée. Et donc, c'est un équilibre, c'est toujours un équilibre. Tu veux absolument qu'il y ait des mesures qui permettent d'élucider des moments extrêmement difficiles pour beaucoup de familles, trop de familles. Mais tu veux aussi assurer qu'il y a un travail qui a été fait et du moins qu'il y ait eu une réflexion et qu'on a pu voir c'est quoi les meilleures pratiques ailleurs. Donc, je vais m'arrêter là pour la deuxième lecture. Je pense que c'est un projet de loi qui s'apprête beaucoup plus en comité, qui s'apprête plus à recevoir des réponses que de faire des discours et du parlementarage sur la question. Merci.
Yes, recognize the member for Canberra Dalhousie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I won't go into my colleague explained it well. I thank the Minister for presenting this bill today. It's very important, and we plan on moving it along as fast as we can. But I want people to understand that when we ask questions, it does not mean that we are against it. The procedure is to get it into committee and ask some questions, clarify some points, and maybe even strengthen the bill. So I want that to be clear to those who are very attached to such a bill. I think it's important that we do that and do it with a fine-tooth comb. I missed the briefing yesterday, unfortunately. I was at a funeral, so I couldn't get to the briefing. But one of the questions I would have asked, I'm going to just put forth for the Minister, and it has to do with, from what I've gathered, the readings I've done. Quite often it's the missing person, the report, and the time elapsed before they're declared a missing person seems to be an issue with families quite often, and I'm not directly involved with any issues of that nature, but I'm just wondering if the bill will address it, or if there's a good way of addressing it, or maybe from the stakeholders, families who have experienced a missing person, unfortunately, may have a solution to that. But it seems that quite often that has been that the police have failed. They're waiting for a certain length of time, either 24 hours or 40 hours, before they can declare the person missing, and that's something that maybe could be addressed a little better. And maybe we could hear from other stakeholders too, that once they see the bill in detail, they may want to send some information in, and I would suggest that they do that and send it directly to the Minister. I'm sure he's open to that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It now being 4 o'clock, according to the orders of the day, the business of the day, we shall return to the adjourned debate for the speech from the throne. I recognize the Minister for Service New Brunswick. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise as the Minister of Service New Brunswick and the Minister responsible for housing in New Brunswick. In the short time that I've been with SNB, I have remarked on an organization that prides itself in teamwork, the value of service, and excellence in customer service. I thank the Board of Directors, Alan Roy, the senior management team, and the staff for their dedication to GNB and New Brunswick. Many of our employees have been working very long hours over an extended period to ensure New Brunswickers receive timely, transparent, and quality service delivery. Their dedication is vital to our province's success, and we thank everyone. Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize some of SNB's long-standing leaders who were honored recently for their many years of service. Alan Roy, 40 years. Derek Jardine, 35 years. Judy Ross, 35 years. Leanne McFarlane, 25 years. Mr. Speaker, the dedication of our civil servants to help New Brunswickers and the will of this government to take decisive and strategic action in bringing long-lasting positive changes for our province is why I am pleased to speak today on the throne speech. Madam Speaker, when our government first took office in 2018, our focus was on reinventing New Brunswick by focusing on key priorities and planned initiatives to create a stronger, more resilient, and self-sufficient province. By working together as neighbours, friends, and colleagues, we withstood the economic turbulence of the pandemic and became the province where everyone wanted to live and raise a family. Prior to the pandemic, New Brunswick had one of the highest senior populations across Canada, with urgency for new young immigrants to help revive our economy and support our aging population. And since the pandemic, Madam Speaker, we are seeing population growth levels across our province like never before. And for the first time in more than 60 years, our province's median age has decreased by 6 months. Madam Speaker, our net interprovincial migration exceeded 10,000 in the last year. 60% of people coming to New Brunswick from other areas of the country were between 20 and 54 years old with families. Another 20% of people coming here were under 20 years old. This is a time of opportunity and urgency for our province. Now is the time to look at our processes, identify what is and isn't working, and redirect our focus on what will. It is clear that the status quo will no longer work. We need creative solutions and collaborative efforts to move New Brunswick forward and achieve better results for our residents. Madam Speaker, our government is focused on key priorities, being advanced by an affordable, responsible, and high-performing government, energizing the private sector, vibrant and sustainable communities, dependable health care, world-class education, and the environment. Le gouvernement et Service Nouveau-Brunswick ont mis l'accent sur la dynamisation du secteur privé. Born out of our pro-growth agenda in 2020, Madam Speaker, our government implemented the NB First Procurement Strategy and Action Plan to support our local businesses and spur New Brunswick's economy. The following year, in 2021-22, we surpassed our action plan's targets for the number of contracts awarded locally and saw a 9% increase over the previous year. This incredible achievement resulted in roughly $100 million in increased spending kept within the province. And, Madam Speaker, we are on track to meet our targets for 2022 and 2023. Madam Speaker, over the summer, I had the opportunity to join my colleagues for a tour of metal fab in Centreville and Marwood in Tracyville. Both companies received provincial contracts in 2021 through our strategy. In 2021-22, Metalfab was awarded 6 regional economic development exemptions under our strategy for purchase of fire trucks and equipment, resulting in roughly $6 million being invested back into the local economy. This includes the purchase of 2 new fire trucks to provide fire protection of forest land in our province. In the same fiscal year, Marwood was awarded a regional economic development exemption under our strategy for the purchase of pressure-treated lumber, resulting in $2 million invested back into the local economy. Our province procured pressure-treated lumber from Marwood for signage and to repair and replace guide rails along New Brunswick's arterial highways. Both companies are proud, family-owned and operated businesses that have been major employers in our province for many decades and are perfect examples of the direct impact our local businesses have on the economic growth of our province. Madam Speaker, our government had the insight to recognize that public procurement can play an important role in the economic development for our province, and we took action to develop a strategy that would create more opportunities for New Brunswick suppliers to win government contracts. And we did it by listening to New Brunswickers. Madam Speaker, our strategy and action plan are based on extensive consultations with suppliers and industry associations in the province, and we will continue to work with our local businesses to energize the private sector and build vibrant and sustainable communities. The incredible results we are seeing from this strategy are from a collaborative effort among Service New Brunswick, Opportunities New Brunswick, and the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure. I thank and congratulate all those involved in this initiative for the incredible results we have seen so far. Madame la Présidente, la stratégie d'approvisionnement et le plan d'action, le Nouveau-Brunswick, d'abord, sont un excellent exemple du travail de notre gouvernement pour mettre l'accent là où nous verrons des résultats tangibles. But it's not only one, Madam Speaker. We have invested $10 million in the new McKenna Institute at the University of New Brunswick to help residents improve their skills and find new work after the pandemic. We have launched the Remote Satellite Internet Rebate Program for households and businesses in remote areas. We have been leading the national conversation on advanced small nuclear reactors, or SMRs. And Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, in the last year we have helped more than 55 companies adopt automation and provided $5 million in this year's budget to help New Brunswick businesses integrate technology for greater productivity and increased outputs. Madam Speaker, looking forward, our total public and private capital investment are expected to grow by 7.2% in 2022, and total investment is predicted to reach almost $4.2 billion. Non-residential capital construction is expected to increase by approximately $280 million, a gain of 12.2% from 2021, following a modest increase of 1.9% in 2021. Investment in the public sector is expected to increase by 11.9% to $1.7 billion in 2022, the highest growth recorded since 2017. The private sector is also anticipating an increase in investment in 2022, increasing by 4.1% to $2.4 billion, representing 58.3% of total investment. And Madam Speaker, multi-unit construction in New Brunswick broke a record in 2020 that had been in place since 1972, and then set another new record in 2021. We are growing, Madam Speaker. Rental supply is on the rise, with more than 2,000 new rental units completed since January 2021. As of August 2022, there were more than 3,500 residential units under construction in Moncton, St. John, and Fredericton, the highest level recorded since 1990. And Madam Speaker, residential building permits are up 23% on year-to-date basis over the 2021 levels, which is higher than the full-year performances seen in 2017, 2018, and 2019. Yet, we need more. Madam Speaker, there are now 819,000 people living in New Brunswick, with a nearly 19,000 increase since April, and more growth is happening every week. While there is little doubt that an increased population helps to grow our economy, expand our tax base, and fill vacant jobs, it also means more demand for public services and housing. Madame la Présidente, depuis son entrée en fonction, amélioration de logement abordable est une priorité pour notre gouvernement. As you may recall, Madam Speaker, in January 2021, an interprovincial team made up of civil servants led a 90-day review of the rental landscape in the province to better understand the state of the market for both tenants and landlords. The review concluded that affordable housing is a complex issue and put forward 12 recommendations to help address systematic challenges. Of these, 4 were addressed to service New Brunswick. On December 17th, we acted on these recommendations and implemented the following legislative changes. Rent cannot be increased in the first 12 months of a new tenancy. Rent can only be increased once per 12-month period. Tenants now have 30 days instead of 15 to seek assistance from the Residential Tenancies Tribunal, and landlords must give 6 months' notice instead of 3 to increase rent. With these changes, tenants have more time to make financial adjustments, find alternate housing, or negotiate alternative arrangements with the landlord. It also provides more time for tenants to have a rent increase reviewed by the RTT. Madam Speaker, as part of the changes, the RTT can now review and deny rent increases to ensure the unit's new rent amount is in its current condition is comparable to that of similar rental units in the same building and in other buildings in the same geographical area. While these new protections are a positive step forward in addressing the complex issue of affordable housing in our province, it is only one of many actions taken by the province to address the systemic challenge that we see in the housing market today. For example, Madam Speaker, we have taken steps to ensure that New Brunswickers have access to safe, affordable housing. Our government is proud to have been able to help more than 800 at-risk New Brunswickers find affordable and stable housing. We continue partnerships with private and nonprofit landlords to develop more affordable housing options for those who need them. Madam Speaker, we have also surpassed the objectives identified for the first 3 years under the 2019 to 2028 Canada-New Brunswick bilateral agreement, which targeted the construction of 151 new affordable housing units between 2019 and 2022. Instead of 177 new units, instead, we built 177 new units, and the second phase of this agreement calls for the creation of another 405 units on the market within the next 3 years. We also recently announced an investment of $102.2 million to build 380 new public housing units over the next 4 years and renovate 110 vacant units. This is an important initiative and will result in the building of the first government-owned housing units the province has seen in nearly 40 years. Additionally, Opportunities New Brunswick has been provided flexibility through its loan guarantees to support and stimulate workforce housing opportunities in rural New Brunswick. Nous soutenons l'amélioration des voies d'accès et l'emploi pour les nouveaux arrivants. we invested $205,000 in nonprofit groups in St. John to help renovate affordable housing units for families and seniors. And Madam Speaker, investments totaling $1.6 million were made by the federal and provincial governments to help create and renovate 56 affordable housing units in northeastern New Brunswick. Madam Speaker, these are only some initiatives our government has taken to help New Brunswickers since the pandemic. In le fait, aucun doute que la pandémie ait eu de répercussions importantes sur le marché de l'habitation du Nouveau-Brunswick. Province-wide, property sales increased by as much as 30% over the past 2 years, resulting in the residential housing market seeing the largest provincial assessment base increase in 10 years. Madam Speaker, for 2022, New Brunswick's property assessment base was $73 billion, a 7.7% increase over last year. Not only are we seeing homes selling over their asking price and thereby driving up property assessments, but the apartment segment of the real estate market has also been very strong. In fact, of the $73 billion assessment base, $1.15 billion was due to the apartment sector. Madam Speaker, the Property Assessment Service is a critical service to our province and its municipalities. The annual assessment base that they provide is integral to our tax system. It creates the base that allows the Department of Finance and Treasury Board to collect property tax on behalf of the province and local governments, which is then used to pay for services throughout New Brunswick. And it makes up the tax base for municipalities to calculate what tax base they need to set to cover their spending for the following year. Municipalities will need to consider the significant property assessment increases when setting their tax rates for the next year. Madam Speaker, the professional training and effort our property assessment team undertakes each year to ensure an excellent job for New Brunswickers is impressive and appreciated. Many have been working long hours, and I assure you their contributions have not gone unnoticed. Madame la Présidente, notre gouvernement comprend l'incidence du marché immobilier actif sur le Néo-New Brunswickois. We have heard from our landlords who are under pressure to keep rents low while costs and property taxes continue to rise. And we have heard from tenants who face increased rents, higher costs, and lower vacancy rates. With our growing population and a thriving real estate market, the rental pressures in the province continue. Madam Speaker, our government recognizes the complexities of affordable housing and the balanced approach needed to make long-term, sustainable improvements. To address some of the added pressures for property owners, the Department of Finance and Treasury Board has reduced provincial property taxes over 3 years. Once fully implemented, provincial property tax rates will be reduced by 50% for non-owner occupied residential properties, including apartments and rental properties, 15% for other residential properties, including nursing homes, and 15% for non-residential properties. This will reduce provincial property tax revenue by an estimated $112 million in 2024-25 once mature, benefiting approximately 44,500 residential rental properties, Madam Speaker. To further help manage recent property tax increases due to rising assessments, we have also introduced a property tax relief program for non-residential properties and apartment buildings with four units or more, with annual assessment increases greater than 10% in 2022 and 2023. Madam Speaker, to ensure tenants benefit from the property tax measures Finance and Treasury Board has applied, our government implemented a temporary rent cap for 2022 to 3.8%, the annual increase in the New Brunswick Consumer Price Index for 2021. And Madam Speaker, we also amended the Residential Tenancies Act to limit a landlord's right to end tenancies. This means that a tenancy can only be terminated for one of the following four reasons. The landlord or their immediate family is moving into the unit. The unit will be used for something other than an apartment. The unit will be renovated significantly, requiring it to be vacant. Or the tenant is working for the landlord, maintaining or managing the building, and their job ends. We also implemented a penalty for landlords failing to comply with these changes. Further, tenants facing losses due to a tenancy being ended without just cause will be able to apply for compensation from the landlord. Madam Speaker, while all of these measures are part of a larger response by our government to address the complex issues of affordable rental units in our province, we recognize that it still is not enough. Madam Speaker, the news around the economy is troubling when we see inflation on the rise and interest rates creeping up. There are economic pressures on everyone right now, and that's why it's important for us as a government to look at housing closely. Madam Speaker, we are a government that believes in careful planning and intentional actions that strive for meaningful outcomes. Et pour la première fois depuis très longtemps, Madame Présidente, notre gouvernement a nommé un ministre responsable de l'habitation au Nouveau-Brunswick. Madam Speaker, we are all concerned about the pressures our residents face with rising costs and low vacancy rates. As part of my mandate, I will be monitoring and supporting all housing initiatives across government to ensure alignment and successful and timely completion of initiatives. This includes overseeing the assessment and reporting of progress, gaps, and challenges across the housing spectrum, identifying new opportunities where our efforts should be prioritized, tracking and aligning with housing efforts of other levels of government and the not-for-profit sector. Madam Speaker, there are many individual pieces to housing that make up the housing spectrum. Going forward, I will be working with my colleagues to examine what is needed to improve each piece and bring a unified, strategic approach to address affordable housing. Together, we look at homelessness and what is needed to provide stable, safe, permanent, and appropriate housing. We will also look at emergency or transitional shelters and how we can best support this work. This includes identifying the gaps and moving from homelessness to emergency shelters to permanent housing and implementing the appropriate support, education, and training. We will review the short and long-term subsidized housing by government, nonprofit organizations, and private providers. This includes support services ranging from supportive care to assisted living and residential care. Madam Speaker, we will examine affordable rental housing and how adequate shelter is defined. We will also look at affordable home ownership, Madam Speaker, and determine if more needs to be done to transition New Brunswickers out of rental units and into homes. We will review market rental housing, including long-term rental apartments, secondary suites, single-family rental homes, retirement homes, and retirement communities. And, Madam Speaker, we will look at market home ownership and the impact of market rates. But more importantly, Madam Speaker, we will create a strategy that incorporates each piece as part of a larger housing response. Madam Speaker, now more than ever, we need to apply a holistic perspective in assessing the housing needs of New Brunswickers, and I look forward to working with my colleagues on this portfolio. Madame la Présidente, nous sommes un gouvernement qui agit, une action immédiate et nécessaire. I assure you, Madam Speaker, several initiatives are already underway, and more will be undertaken to address the housing needs of New Brunswickers. As we all know, New Brunswick is facing a housing supply and demand issue, and our government recognizes that affordable housing is a challenge for many. We must ensure that the decisions we make not only help tenants with rising costs, but also address low vacancy rates. Madam Speaker, New Brunswick's vacancy rate is roughly 1.7%, down from 3.1% in 2020. A vacancy rate of at least 3% would create competition in the rental market, which is why we need to encourage the development of more rental units in our province. Madam Speaker, we recognize that the end of the year is quickly approaching, and some tenants have begun to receive rent increases for 2023. We have received calls from tenants and landlords asking if the rent cap will be extended into 2023. Tenants with questions or concerns should contact the Residential Tenancies Tribunal for help. There is no cost to apply to the RTT for assistance. They are highly trained and compassionate officers willing to provide the necessary support. Tenants can call our 1-800 number, go online, or visit any SNB service center to seek assistance. And Madam Speaker, anyone can apply on their behalf. Madam Speaker, as the newly appointed Minister to the Housing Portfolio, I must clearly understand the challenges that face our housing situation before deciding on introducing new measures. It is important that any decision made is based on facts and will have the desired effect of improving housing in our province. And as you know, Madam Speaker, our government has always been averse to implementing a permanent rent cap. As we have seen in other jurisdictions, such as Nova Scotia and PEI, implementing a permanent rent cap could have a negative impact on the development of additional rental units and slow down investment in the housing sector. Economists such as Richard Saillant and David Campbell have also agreed that rent caps will not solve a supply issue. For this reason, Madam Speaker, the rent cap was a temporary measure introduced for 2022 to help alleviate the pressures tenants are facing with low vacancy rates and increased costs. Madam Speaker, although a final decision has not been made regarding the rent cap extension for 2023, I can assure New Brunswickers that once the rent cap expires, tenants will continue to be protected by the rent control measures introduced in the past year. We are confident that these measures will help protect tenants, and we have already had success in assisting tenants in staying in their homes. Madam Speaker, I understand the urgency in deciding on extending the rent cap, and I can assure you this is my priority and a decision that will be made soon. In addition to my cabinet portfolio, Madam Speaker, I am the MLA for Fredericton North. Like my fellow members, I also have constituents facing housing challenges. I take my responsibilities as a member of Cabinet and an MLA seriously, and I'm focused on making the right decisions for New Brunswickers. Madam Speaker, I thank the people of Fredericton North for their faith in me. They continue to share their concerns and support for each other, and I am very grateful to them. Fredericton North is growing. We have a brand new traffic circle that was opened ahead of schedule. We have a new school being built right now because Fredericton North is growing. And as I said, Fredericton North is not immune to the housing issues the rest of New Brunswick is experiencing, and I look forward to the work we are going to do on this new housing file. And Madam Speaker, thank you too to my family who supports me during the time I spend as MLA. No one can do this job alone. Madam Speaker, there are now over 119,000 people living in New Brunswick, with a nearly 19,000 person increase since April and more growth each week. Every day, our government stays focused on its strategic priorities and asks itself, how will this project improve the life of New Brunswickers? Will this initiative get real results? Will this investment improve our province and the quality of life for our residents in the decades to come? Madame la Présidente, notre gouvernement a mis le Nouveau-Brunswick sur la voie de la croissance et des possibilités. Several initiatives have been implemented over the past few years by our government to help New Brunswickers with rising costs, and more are on the way. With a unified lens, we will examine and address housing in our province and ensure we are helping everyone across the housing spectrum with a focus on our province's most vulnerable. Our government's work is far from over. There is much more for us to achieve, Madam Speaker, and together we must seize opportunities and continue to build growth and prosperity for the people of our province. Through the uncertainty of the past couple of years, New Brunswickers have shown a tremendous level of resilience, determination, and compassion for one another. Working together, we took the steps needed to keep one another healthy and safe. This is something we should all be proud of and continue to do. Madam Speaker, I finish today by thanking our Premier for his faith in me addressing New Brunswick housing challenges. I assure New Brunswickers that I'm actively looking at this issue with my colleagues and will work hard to bring positive and lasting changes to our province. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Memramcook-Tantramar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by respectfully recognizing and acknowledging that we are gathered here today on the unsurrendered and unceded traditional lands of the Wolastoqiyik. This territory is covered by the treaties of peace and friendship, which the Wolastoqiyik, Mi'kmaq, and Passamaquoddy peoples first signed with the British Crown in the 1700s. And the treaties did not deal with surrender of lands and resources, but in fact recognized Wolastoq, Mi'kmaq, and Passamaquoddy title and established the rules for what was to be an ongoing relationship between nations. Je vais commencer par parler à propos du logement abordable. La liste d'attente de logements NB dépasse maintenant 8 100 foyers, comparativement à 5 000 en 2019. Et je le vois, Madame la Présidente, les Néo-Brunswickois ont de la difficulté Les gens vivent dans les tentes. D'autres vivent dans leurs voitures. Le gouvernement doit faire preuve de leadership, tant dans la création que dans la protection de logements abordables. Ils doivent prendre la crise du logement au sérieux et prendre action. Ces dernières années, les loyers sont montés en flèche et certains ont perdu leur logement en conséquence. Le droit humain fondamental qu'est le logement est de plus en plus marchandisé et de moins en moins abordable. Bien qu'il y ait beaucoup de choses à faire pour résoudre la crise du logement, une mesure claire serait que le gouvernement maintienne le plafond des loyers. Mais j'ai pas beaucoup d'espoir, Madame la Présidente. We just heard the housing, the new Minister for Housing say that there is no guarantee that there will be an extension of the rent cap. However, we know that what prompted the rent cap to be brought in, finally, after the Higgs government denied that there was a housing crisis, was the low vacancy and increased costs. But, Madam Speaker, that has not been resolved. The situation is just as dire, but people have been protected by the rent cap. And so, Madam Speaker, we know what is going to happen when it expires. And so I hope that the new Minister of Housing and that the government will reconsider and quickly announce that it's going to be extended, because there is a high level of uncertainty and stress, and people are already receiving notices, and they have been for a while, of rent increases. And they need that protection, Madam Speaker. It is unbelievable, frankly, Madam Speaker, that there is a 10-year housing plan that is only going to create 1,200 units, and not all of them actually creating new units. Some of them may just be a rent supplement added to a unit. That is nowhere near enough, Madam Speaker. We know the NB housing list is now over 8,000. And we know that the government is going to get nowhere near creating enough new units. And that 10-year plan is just, it's unacceptable, Madam Speaker. It doesn't even begin to meet the needs of what we have in New Brunswick. The other thing is that this government is not treating housing as a human right. Madam Speaker, we need a housing first approach. Of course, we need wraparound services, we need housing first, and we don't have that. What we have is in the winter, there's out of the cold shelters, and of course that should happen because it can prevent deaths, it can help people to have somewhere to go, but that is not an acceptable system for everyone. And it's speaking of temporary, that's temporary. We need a housing first approach. Everyone deserves housing, Madam Speaker. And so what is happening right now is that the Higgs government is not taking housing as seriously as it should, and it has been this way for years now. And so I know that they're saying there's been careful planning and that that's how they do things. I think that the rollout of the rent cap shows that that's not the case, because that was confusing and quite a mess, and I'm concerned that the last-minute nature of the decision on the rent cap again is going to cause some confusion, Madam Speaker. And so we didn't see it in the throne speech, despite the Premier saying he liked to just throw out ideas and test the waters in the throne speech. I would have liked to see that there. And Madam Speaker, it's essential that I talk about health care, parce que notre système de santé est en crise. Il y a un manque de personnel et une surcharge de travail. Les patients ne reçoivent pas les soins dont ils ont besoin. Imaginez si chaque personne de la province avait accès à les soins primaires. S'il y avait des centres de soins d'urgence dans les zones urbaines et rurales, non pas pour remplacer les urgences, mais pour les soulager. Imaginez si il y avait des services d'urgence où il n'était pas nécessaire d'attendre toute la journée ou toute la nuit, ou les deux. Imaginez si l'enseignement postsecondaire pour former les travailleurs de la santé et améliorer leurs compétences était gratuit et accessible. Imaginez si les travailleurs et travailleuses de la santé bénéficient d'un environnement de travail sûr. Madame la Présidente, ces rêves pourraient être une réalité au lieu du cauchemar actuel auquel beaucoup sont confrontés avec notre système de santé en crise. Madam Speaker, it is very frustrating that we have seen these issues coming for so long, and it seems like government after government had their head in the sand. It is really frustrating. I can only imagine how people working in the healthcare system and people who've been speaking out and advocating, and sometimes they have to speak out at personal risk for their job. And there are people who can't speak out right now because they're worried they're going to lose their job, but they've been trying to sound the alarms. They've been trying to tell us, and it's very frustrating that we are where we are right now. And Madam Speaker, this is true across the healthcare system. It is very sad to see where we are when it comes to mental health care services. There is a lack of mental health care services in our province, and there are so many people that, we've been talking a lot about paying out of pocket lately. Well, you certainly, there are lots of people who certainly pay out of pocket or aren't able to access mental health care services because they can't pay out of pocket, and they sit on wait lists, Madam Speaker. However, we have a different issue than paying out of pocket, which is the privatization of the management of our healthcare system. And this is a trend that's been going on for a long time, and it is unacceptable, Madam Speaker. It undermines our public health care system, and we see that it's ramping up, frankly. The supposed 5-year plan that's really like a 2-year plan that looks like it's really going to be great for Medivie Health Services, it just shows the concentration of management and power that they're going to have in our healthcare system. It's worrisome, Madam Speaker. It's worrisome, and they get millions of dollars for performance bonuses. They should not be getting performance bonuses for the services that they're providing. The paramedics, they're doing a great job, but my goodness, the way it's being run by them, no, they should not be getting millions of dollars. That's unacceptable. The exemptions they get to be able to get their bonuses are unacceptable. That contract is not worth the paper it's written on. Les soins de santé sont en crise, et si l'on ne se concentre pas sur les soins de santé préventifs, il est difficile d'imaginer comment nous pourrons nous sortir de ces pétrins. Les soins de santé sont aussi largement liés à la question de savoir si les gens ont assez à manger, s'ils peuvent se payer leur fourniture médicale, s'ils ont un endroit sûr où vivre, et si leur niveau de stress est trop élevé. Il n'est pas acceptable de continuer ainsi. Investir dans la prévention est la bonne chose à faire et vaut chaque sou. Les gens ont du mal à payer et c'est mauvais pour leur santé. Dans un récent sondage, près d'un quart des Canadiens ont déclaré manger moins qu'ils ne le devraient et ce n'est pas étonnant. Les prix des aliments augmentent, Madame la Présidente. Nous parlons des déterminants sociaux de la santé mentale, de la santé en général. Eh bien, ne pas pouvoir se nourrir ou nourrir sa famille est stressant. Madam Speaker, we have huge gaps in what we're willing to address when it comes to health care, when it comes to well-being, when it comes to taking care of the people in New Brunswick. We aren't going to guarantee that people have housing, even though it's a human right, a huge determinant of health. We aren't going to make sure that everyone has something to eat. We aren't going to make sure that people are taken care of. We're not going to make sure they have enough to live on. People with disabilities, people who have other issues that are preventing them from working, that affects their income. Too bad about you. Too bad if you can't afford where you live. Too bad if you can't afford to eat. Too bad if you have to ration your food. Too bad if you have to cut your diabetes strips or ration your diabetes strips. Too bad about you. That's how people are treated in this province, Madam Speaker, and it's unacceptable. And speaking of preventative health care, there are There are so many healthcare practitioners who could have their scope of practice expanded. We could expand healthcare and improve healthcare, and again, more upstream, more preventative healthcare. Think of perinatal health, Mr. Speaker. We know that we are failing on the front of perinatal health. Nous avons besoin de meilleur accès aux sages-femmes et aux besoins périnataux dans notre province. Pour recruter et retenir les sages-femmes, nous devons leur donner un champ de pratique élargi, leur offrir des salaires concurrentiels et leur offrir des possibilités de formation près de chez elles dans les maritimes. Mr. Speaker, we could do a lot better when it comes to perinatal health. We see elevated rates of C-sections, of different interventions, of different perinatal outcomes. We know that there's not adequate follow-up in the postpartum period for people who've given birth. We know that we don't have the proper access and supports for people who've given birth. It is unacceptable. This is what it's all about. This is preventative health care, and we're deciding not to do it. And so that means there's going to be more ER visits. That means there's going to be more outcomes that are negative, more outcomes that impact the parent's mental health. And we are dropping the ball and failing a lot of people when it comes to preventative health care in general, but specifically I'm talking about perinatal health, about mothers, about people who've given birth, about children. It's not okay. And speaking of children, there are so many children living in households that are experiencing food insecurity, where they don't have enough to eat. One thing that would really be great would be if, at least when children went to school, they were guaranteed lunch. Let's have a school food program. There's been pieced together based mostly on volunteers, so thank you to those volunteers who worked on breakfast programs. Let's see a lunch program. Let's see a lunch program across the province, Mr. Speaker. And it'd be really great if it was working with the communities to make sure that there was locally sourced food and that that it was low cost and that the money circulated in the community. That's what we need more of. We don't need multinational corporations to get contracts signed and have the situation with different kickbacks. We need local control, and we need this in healthcare, we need this in education, and who knows what exactly is going to be happening with local control of education. There's some cryptic warnings about changing things in the Anglophone sector when it comes to the District Education Council, so we'll see what comes down the line. Sur la pauvreté, Monsieur le Président, alors que la hausse des coûts rend la vie quotidienne plus difficile pour les gens du Nouveau-Brunswick, les compagnies pétrolières et leurs propriétaires ultra-riches empochent des milliards de dollars sur le dos de celles et ceux qui ont de la difficulté à s'en sortir. Et c'est par désigne. Personne ne gagne $1 milliard. Les milliardaires sont un échec politique qui a un coût élevé. En fait, non seulement les compagnies pétrolières encaissent, mais le Premier ministre, ancien dirigeant d'Irving, a également accordé à la raffinerie et au siège social d'Irving un allègement fiscal de $280 000. And today, there are some tax cut announcements for the people who make the most money, not those who make the least. And we see this continuing inequality just growing in our society. And inequality is inherently bad for our society. It impacts pretty much everything else. It's one of the markers that experts use to look at whether a society is healthy. And we see inequality rising, the gap between the rich and the poor getting bigger. And this is not the first time I'll say it in the House, Mr. Speaker, and it won't be the last. Billionaires are a policy failure. We should not be celebrating that. That is hoarding wealth. There are people who don't have food to eat. There are people who are unhoused, and we are celebrating people hoarding and tax evading. That is not what we should be doing, Mr. Speaker. We should be ensuring that everyone is paying their fair share, that there are not streams of money leaving the province, being hid in tax havens, and not being invested in our public infrastructure, like our healthcare system, like our roads, and I'll get to roads in a second, Mr. Speaker, like our schools. But, Mr. Speaker, we see that. And I hear other MLAs saying, yes, roads, because if you're an MLA, especially in a rural area, then there's no way a day goes by where someone's not telling you about an issue they're having with a road. But Mr. Speaker, that money leaves the province, and then there's not enough money left over to brush cut. If it was supposed to be done on Route 16, where it's actually a moose sex corridor, it's actually a really important part of the habitat where moose need to be able to travel. And it was supposed to be brush cut along Route 16. Oh, we've run out of money. Well, Mr. Speaker, there have been 2 moose collisions recently. This is dangerous. People who live in rural areas, people who live where there are moose and other wildlife, they know. And so I do not begrudge people calling my office at all. But it is unacceptable that money seems to be found for certain things and not others. People living in rural areas, well, too bad. That's not okay. And I know I could get to local governance in a minute too, but we know that the roads are going to stay under provincial jurisdiction. It isn't supposed to really change much. That's one of the things I would have liked to see, is an improvement around what's going to be happening on the roads. There, and on Route 16, not just brush cutting is needed. There are some really dangerous parts there. I've had people actually from other provinces, because it's actually an important highway. It connects, when you come in from Nova Scotia, people take Route 16 to get into the province, head towards Cape Tormentine. Everyone from Prince Edward Island that's leaving over the Confederation Bridge, or hopefully it'll be called the Evacuate Crossing, come over, they can head on to Route 16. And people from other provinces have actually complained to me. It's not just people in my riding. So, Mr. Speaker, it's an important route, but it's been neglected. And that's how people in rural New Brunswick feel. They say, what about my road? Why aren't they mowing here? Why aren't they brush cutting? Why aren't they taking care of my road? I pay taxes too, and it's not okay, Mr. Speaker. And so, speaking of local governance, we know that, speaking of that, rural districts, I hope that it gets better for people in rural districts, but they are still going to be in a position where the minister, as is the case now, can veto what they want. And we've seen that with the Calhoun Quarry, and it's not okay, Mr. Speaker. And so while we've talked about expanding democracy to everyone can vote in the province, well, people in rural districts have been left behind, I think, Mr. Speaker. And we've seen this rollout of local governance be really concerning. There has been a lack of transparency. There's been a lack of communication. When we ask questions, we get attacked, but we've seen that the government stopped listening once they put their paper out last year. They didn't want to hear anything else, really. And there's even just the process. I feel like all of the councillors and mayors have just gone through the ringer and have been trying to figure out, what do we do, what's going to happen. Anyone I've spoken with, including when I went to the UMNB conference, everyone just said, there's so many questions that aren't answered. We don't really know. And that's been the case going throughout the year. But even like there's a committee deciding the salaries of the new council for Tantramar. And we know that then it's a provincial decision. The facilitator accepts that. But a lot of these people are then running. The lack of transparency, that's not usually how that would go. You'd have an independent committee look at it, and then a council would publicly debate it and decide. That's not what's happening. We've actually had a weakened democratic process through this, and the councillors and mayors, I think, have tried to do their best going through this, and citizens are trying to figure out what is going on. There's been a lack of communication from the province. The rollout has been really frustrating to watch, and it's very concerning. And so, let alone talking about where the money is going to flow or not flow, might be a more accurate way to say it. A lot of responsibility going to RSCs, and we're looking at municipalities to shoulder a lot, and we can keep saying RSCs aren't another level of government. Well, they're sure going to be responsible for a lot, Mr. Speaker. And as I think about the messages that have been sent in this throne speech, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, the Premier said, oh, I'm just throwing this idea out, I'm just testing the waters. Well, Mr. Speaker, throwing out that you're going to frack in the province of New Brunswick in a throne speech, that's not a place to brainstorm, Mr. Speaker. That's maybe on a doodle pad, but we know that this Premier has been, really focused on wanting and obsessed with wanting to frack, with wanting to build pipelines, with wanting to do all of these things that the experts, that the scientists tell us that we cannot do. It's really clear we can't invest in any new fossil fuel infrastructure. The climate science tells us anyone who, my corner of the province was hard hit by Hurricane Fiona, and we weren't even near the epicenter, Mr. Speaker. Anyone who's lived through that, let alone what the people of Prince Edward Island and Nova Scotia lived through, but everyone along our coast, Capillet, Shediac, all along the coast. We saw the storm surge, we saw flooding, we saw trees down. There were people without power for days, blowing way past the 72 hours that people are supposed to be prepared for. Just, unprecedented. And this is just a taste of what we're going to be seeing, Mr. Speaker. And so to say that, oh, well, this should be part of our energy transition. No, Mr. Speaker, we cannot afford that. That's nonsense. Skip right over that. We don't need to frack in this province, and in fact, we have no right to. I would remind this government of their responsibility under the treaties that I mentioned at the beginning of my speech. We are all treaty people. We are all governed by the treaties of peace and friendship, and this government has a duty to consult. They don't seem that interested in that, but they do. And the First Nations on this territory have made it clear, no fracking. And so I don't know why this Premier is still barking up that tree, but it's time to move on. But we've seen a disrespect for First Nations in this province. We've seen a tearing up of tax agreements just out of the blue. We've seen a refusal to have an independent, Indigenous-led inquiry into systemic racism in the justice and policing systems, Mr. Speaker. And at this point, we don't know when we're going to see the Commission for the Systemic Racism Commission's report keeps being delayed. We don't know. There's fears about government interference, and I don't think it's going to be really credible with a lot of people in this province. But, Mr. Speaker, we do need that inquiry. We do need to respect and try to rebuild relationships with the First Nations. This government should have that as a top priority. And speaking of disrespect, we're still waiting for a response to the review of the Official Languages Act. Pourquoi, Monsieur le Président, est-ce qu'on attend, on attend toujours pour une réponse? C'est pas acceptable, Monsieur le Président, pas du tout. La communauté francophone et acadienne, je dirais peut-être il n'y a pas beaucoup de surprises dans la communauté, pas vraiment surpris, mais ce n'est pas acceptable de traiter la communauté francophone et acadienne comme ça. Il faut au moins répondre, au moins faire son job de répondre et être le ministre responsable pour ça. Au moins faire ça. Alors, on attend toujours. Peut-être on attend jusqu'à après la prochaine élection, je ne sais pas. Et, je dirais, je peux parler en français en ce moment à cause de la programme d'immersion en français que j'ai suivi de la maternelle jusqu'au 10e année, quand je n'avais pas les options de continuer. Je n'ai pas eu la chance de prendre le test, d'être testée, mais quand même, je peux parler en français, je peux comprendre le français, je peux lire et écrire en français. Alors, le programme d'immersion, ça marche. Alors, pourquoi est-ce qu'on va l'abolir? Et tu peux dire, on ne va pas l'abolir, on ne va pas l'éliminer, on ne va pas... Mais c'est la même chose. Tu peux dire n'importe quoi, mais ça va être terminé. And it is not okay, Mr. Speaker. There are issues in our education system, but we know the evidence shows that the French immersion program has worked. It has worked to create a situation where people can learn French in the Anglophone sector, and that is really important. Without it, I'm extremely concerned that we will be eroding bilingualism in this province, Mr. Speaker. That we will be, of course, everyone having conversational French. That sounds great. What about people to be able to work in the hospitals, become French immersion teachers maybe? Mr. Speaker, I'm very concerned about the path we're on. There is no clear plan even. I've seen even changes in what they say the plan is going to be. I don't think they know what they're going to do and how they're going to pull it off in such a short period of time, and they shouldn't even try, Mr. Speaker. They should stop what they're doing and go start listening to the experts, listen to what needs to be done. The French immersion program should remain. Sure, we can make improvements. Of course, that's what it's all about. Let's make improvements. And sure, increase access for Anglophone students to have access to French learning. Absolutely. But we need to raise the bar and not lower it. We need to not dilute French immersion. We need to expand access. And while I'm speaking of that, why not expand? We've talked about streaming. Part of the issue with streaming, it has to do with us having an inclusionary education system that doesn't put enough resources into actually supporting students and teachers in our system. And so let's invest in that, Mr. Speaker. Let's make sure that every student who needs extra support in English or in French, everyone should have access to French. Let's make sure they have the supports that they need, Mr. Speaker. I've already said we should make sure that they have access to food. I don't know why that would be controversial. Let's just do that. And then, I don't even, again, I'm concerned about what the plan that the Premier is around labour relations when it comes to education. Again, testing the waters, throwing out ideas. I'm sure there's a plan, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very concerned to see what comes, because we know that this government's track record when it comes to labour relations. So I'm very concerned to see what is coming there. And I know that my time is ticking away, but I cannot finish my speech without talking about the climate, which I guess I've already done. Mais l'adaptation au climat. C'est avec un sentiment croissant d'effroi et d'horreur que je regarde les catastrophes climatiques se succéder. Dans le cas de l'ouragan Fiona, je l'ai vu déchirer ma communauté. Et nous n'étions même pas près de l'épicentre. Des maisons et des entreprises ont été détruites par le vent, les arbres abattus et les inondations. Alors que je regardais la destruction, le sentiment d'effroi venait du fait que je savais que ce n'était que le début des impacts climatiques. Le changement climatique s'accélère et nous sommes terriblement mal préparés. Monsieur le Président, nous devons cesser de considérer l'environnement comme quelque chose dont nous nous occuperons plus tard et prendre des mesures dès maintenant pour mettre un terme à la crise climatique, à la perte de biodiversité et à d'autres désastres environnementaux et donner la priorité aux bonnes choses à faire maintenant. Mr. Speaker, there's a term I see going around, especially among younger people, called climate dread. And it really comes from this sense that we can see where we're going, and unfortunately, there's not the political will to stop us from just crashing into that wall, from just disaster. And I want other young people to have hope, to make sure they focus their energy on changing the system and don't get stressed about coffee cups and straws. Those are important, but if we change the system, that'll take care of itself. I want young people to keep fighting for change, even when they're not listening, even when they refuse to listen to the science, even when they still want to frack, even after the experts and the climate scientists sound the alarm bells. Scientists are small c conservative people, Mr. Speaker. They don't just throw things out there willy-nilly. They say things with certainty, and even if you read the IPCC reports, they say, okay, this is high confidence, this is very high confidence, these scenarios, what's going to happen. They don't just throw things out there. They don't sound alarm bells. They don't say we're heading for catastrophe just for fun and on a whim. They mean it. If a scientist, a climate scientist is saying that, we should be listening. So it is terrifying that we are not, as a society, as a government. It is terrifying because we know what is coming. And I know, because I read those reports, I listen to the climate scientists. We are on track for major disruptions with food security, with energy, frankly, with everything. The climate crisis is a public health crisis. We know there's already diseases that we haven't seen before or haven't seen at this rate. We already know hundreds of people died in BC from the heat dome. People are literally dying from the heat. The science is showing that it's accelerating. It's coming on faster than I was expecting, and I've been worried about this for a long time. It's coming faster than I thought it would, Mr. Speaker. And we're seeing that there are places that people are not going to be able to live anymore. There are times a day people won't be able to work outside anymore. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to take this seriously. Alors que les gens de Nouveau-Brunswick font face à une augmentation potentielle de 8,9% des tarifs d'électricité, je ne peux m'empêcher de penser à l'impact des augmentations des tarifs d'électricité sur les Néo-Brunswickois qui ont déjà du mal à payer leurs factures. Et si les libéraux n'avaient pas abandonné l'efficacité MB, et si le Premier ministre n'était pas un ancien dirigeant du secteur pétrolier et se souciait réellement de la crise climatique, et si les gouvernements libéraux et conservateurs avaient investi dans l'efficacité énergétique et dans des objectifs ambitieux en matière d'énergie verte, qu'est-ce que le gouvernement Higgs ne comprend pas dans le fait de laisser les combustibles fossiles dans le sol? Qu'est-ce que le Premier ministre ne comprend pas de le fait que l'Agence internationale de l'énergie dit que nous ne devons pas construire de nouvelles infrastructures de combustibles fossiles? What is it that isn't clear? That we need to stop investing in new fossil fuel infrastructure, that we need to move urgently to get everyone off of heating oil and onto heat pumps, energy efficiency, that we need to be investing in solar and wind and other things, but also focusing on reducing our energy use. We need all of that. And we are not taking the action at the scale required for the catastrophe that we are facing. Qu'est-ce qu'il ne comprend pas, le Premier ministre, de le fait que la fracturation crée des émissions de gaz à effet de serre? C'est imprudent. It's irresponsible to say we should frack. C'est complètement inacceptable et ça ne mérite même pas qu'on y pense. Nous ne pouvons pas construire de nouvelles infrastructures de combustibles fossiles et nous devrions investir davantage dans les énergies renouvelables et travailler à l'atteinte d'une consommation net zéro. Si le Premier ministre croyait vraiment au changement climatique et les comprenait, il n'introduirait pas plus de fracturation dans notre province. Nous avons besoin d'une transition juste. Nous n'avons pas besoin de fracturation. Pour éviter la catastrophe climatique, nous devons abandonner le pétrole et le charbon au profit des énergies renouvelables, comme le vent et le soleil. Cette transition juste doit être achevée avant la fin de la décennie. Il nécessite une action immédiate. Mr. Speaker, time is running out, and I'm talking about a just transition. And it is not just about energy. A just transition understands that we are in a society and an economy that has ignored pollution, has ignored the destruction of our environmental systems and of biodiversity, that has put profit over people time and again, that has prioritized shareholders over citizens, that calls citizens consumers and clients. Mr. Speaker, we know that we need to act quickly. And a just transition, it is about energy efficiency. It is about renewable energies. It is about not fracking. But it's also about justice, Mr. Speaker. We know we need to address systemic racism and injustice in our communities. We know that Indigenous rights need to be respected. The treaties need to be respected. That is part of climate justice. Mr. Speaker, we know that workers need to be taken care of, that we need to be working towards a living wage, that we need to have a basic income to take care of people, that people with disabilities should not be left behind, and those who are most vulnerable to the climate crisis need to be taken care of and supported and empowered, Mr. Speaker. We know that we can do better. But here we are, with a throne speech that's markedly even more conservative than the previous ones. No holding back, Mr. Speaker. We can even see the pictures on the front of just, some smokestacks. Mr. Speaker, we know that we don't have time to waste, that people need to be fed, that people need to be housed, that people need to be empowered in their communities, that they need access to health care, whether they live in a city or in a rural area, that people need to have local control over things like decisions in education, que les droits des Premières Nations, que les droits des francophones, des Acadiens, que les droits des nouveaux arrivants sont respectés. Monsieur le Président, il faut avoir une province où on respecte tous ces droits fondamentaux. But, Mr. Speaker, we do not have that right now. It is unacceptable, and we can do better. So, I will not be supporting this throne speech. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Campbellton Dalhousie.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, doesn't want to sit next to me. Thank you very much. Monsieur le Président, c'est un grand privilège pour moi. Je suis très heureux de prendre la parole aujourd'hui à l'Assemblée législative pour répondre au discours du trône en tant que député de Campbellton Dalhousie. Avant d'aller plus loin, je tiens d'abord à reconnaître que le Nouveau-Brunswick est situé sur le territoire non cédé et traditionnel des nations Wolastoqiyik, Mi'kmaq et Passamaquoddy, et le traité de paix et d'amitié signé en 1725 et 1726 n'ont pas cédé ces terres. Before we proceed, I just want to reiterate the land acknowledgement in the sense that I want to give notice that we are having this discussion, this debate today on the speech from the throne on territory that was unceded and unsurrendered, territory of the Wolastoqiyik, Mi'kmaq, and Passamaquoddy nations. And they have never been ceded or surrendered. So I want that to be up front before we begin. It's odd that it's a historic fact. If you go back to the treaties, if you go back and look at the Crown records and the actual treaties, and that's a fact, that the government will not recognize that and will try to spend money to put it into the court system, just to delay things. I don't know why, but so. Avant de le faire, j'aimerais prendre quelques minutes pour rendre hommage à quelques personnes qui ont été là pour moi et m'ont encouragé et soutenu dans mon rôle en tant que député à l'Assemblée législative. I'd like to take a few moments, as most MLAs have done, to thank my family. I've had a long career in politics, a shorter one here. Only been here 4 years, but I did spend 9 years in Ottawa as a member of Parliament and Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister. Spent another 8 years as a municipal councillor, and then 2 years which I wish would have been longer, the New Brunswick Teachers Association as president. And those are all political roles, but I enjoyed them all. But I had a lot of support, and I want to thank my wife, Cindy, my two children, Stephanie and Christopher, for all their support, unwavering, and their love. And I want to say publicly again that I love them very much, and I miss them when they're not with me at all the time. So I want to express that, and I'm sure other MLAs feel the same way. There's always a supportive family behind everyone. My first family as well, my brothers, Alan, Mark, Carl, and my sister Gail, and certainly have always been there supporting me. My mother and dad has passed away. Mom is still living, 101, still living in her home. Knowing Mom, she's probably watching. She, before I left yesterday, she said, "Are you going to be on TV this week?" And I said, "Well, I hope to be, but you never know, right? You can't guarantee you that." So I want to also thank my staff. Been very fortunate to have May Palmer as my executive assistant in the riding, and has been doing all the field work for me, and she has a great amount of experience with other MLAs in the past. The MLA Donald Arsenault, she worked for him for a number of years as well, and worked as a town treasurer for many years, and was Citizen of the Year in the town of Dalhousie. So well recognized, well liked. And my other staff members who were summer students, most of them, but they still are involved. And Justin D'Entremont, Pascal Valcourt, and Carl McNally. And so I thought I'd mention that as well. Je veux aussi remercier les maires de ma circonscription. Les maires qui existent à ce moment, la ville de Hamilton, Ian Comeau, Dalhousie, Norman Pelletier, à Charlot, on a Gaétan Pelletier, et à Yale River Dundee, Mario Pelletier. On a 3 Pelletier comme maire ici, là. C'est intéressant. Mais je peux vous dire que je suis très fier d'être capable de travailler ensemble pour réaliser des projets dans toutes les communautés dans le reste du gauche. I'd also mention that the Ugbaganjik First Nation is in part of my riding, and I work quite closely with Chief Sasha Lebilwa on a number of issues, and there's a good relationship there with her and council, and she's doing a great job, and I look forward to continuing that work with her. Je veux aussi surtout remercier les gens de la circonscription de Hamilton-Dalhousie. Quand on mentionne le nom de ma circonscription, on dit Hamilton-Dalhousie, mais c'est plus que ça. There's quite a few people that, when you talk about the riding of Hamilton-Dalhousie, they think, well, I'm just the MLA for Hamilton and the MLA for Dalhousie. Well, it's more than that. Those were two different ridings at one time, and when they combined them, they just combined the names. But I represent Hamilton, the city of Hamilton, the points between Hamilton and Dalhousie, which would be McLeod's, Dalhousie Junction, Point Lindim, and then down into Dalhousie. And then going the other way towards Charlotte, well, we have the Ugbaganjik First Nation, and then the community of Charlotte and those areas here. So I do represent a large area. And the other thing I want to mention here is that we have something very unique going on in our riding. Those groups, I guess, institutions, you all have those in your riding. And I want to brag about mine because I think it's unique, it's special, and that's the Regional Service Commission. They've taken a view of being there and being proactive about issues that affect the people, and working with the two MLAs that represent them. My colleague from Restigouche West and I have a very close relationship with the Service Commission, and they work on such items as health care. They prepared a document on health care, presented it to the minister with solutions, what they thought should be done. They gave a request to the Minister of Health. They've worked on tourism issues. So they've been very active on issues that most commissions would not be active on. And I salute them, and I thank the Commissioner, the Chief, the President of the Commission, Brad Mann, for his diligence, and all of the members around the table, and certainly Betty Ann Fortin, the administrator of that group. It's been fantastic, and I appreciate all what they do. Makes my job and the member from Rescos West's job much easier. And we talk strategy, we talk common goals, we talk about what's our priorities in there, and we work together on that. So I want to get down to the throne speech a little bit. Time flies by when you start talking, and especially when I talk, I go off on a tangent sometimes. I apologize for that. But I tend to look, when I looked at the throne speech, I decided to look back. We don't get very many throne speeches. The last one was November 17th, 2020. So last November, a couple of years ago in November. But one of the things I want to mention, Mr. Speaker, that's quite interesting is the on page 10 of that document, it says government priorities. And I must show you that their title here is getting the job done. Getting the job done. So they must have done a lot of getting the job done. It'd be interesting to see. But anyway, their government priorities are energizing the private sector, vibrant and sustainable communities, dependable public health care, world-class education, affordable, responsive, and high-performing government, and the environment. So those are so I thought I would look at what the priorities were in the new speech on the throne. I don't know if members will remember, but they have government priorities, and if those who have the speech on the throne want to follow, it's on page 8. Okay? And here's what the government priorities are. Energizing the private sector. Does that sound familiar? They were supposed to get that done in the last speech on the throne. Obviously, they didn't. They want to put it in again. Vibrant and sustainable communities. Another one didn't get done. Dependable public health care. Well, we all know, really, when you think about public health care, can anyone say we're better off now than we were in 2020? Definitely not. There's been a lot of effort put into it by a lot of ministers, and I don't begrudge the ministers. They were facing some tough challenges there. But so world-class education. So I would say that we do have a world-class education, but they want to put it in again. Obviously, they don't feel that we do, and the environment again. So that's something that I guess it's sort of recycled. When you talk about the speech on the throne, it sort of looks like it's recycled stuff. And that's probably the only thing they believe in recycling is recycling their words and their speeches from the throne and things of that nature. So this speech from the throne, Mr. Speaker, I find is stale. There's no energy in it. If the Minister of Energy would have been here, he would have maybe inflicted a little more energy in it today, but there's certainly no energy in it. It's anchored in the past. They're looking at the past. And when you hear the answers from the ministers in a question period, they're always telling, oh, this is what we did, this is what we did. We want to know what vision they have. Where are they going? What do they want to do, you know? So there's no vision. There's no hope, especially for the vulnerable. There's no hope for the vulnerable. There's no hope for those that are living in poverty. There's no hope for those that are living out on the street. No housing. You know, you go from one department to the other. If I start looking at each department here and you name them, you'll say, is there any hope in that department? And the only hope is, I guess, is that we think that there might be new things coming down the way, but words are cheap. They tell you what you want to hear, and then they go out and do something else. You know, they have, speaking of that, we heard the Minister of Health not too long ago saying that they have one song for the North and one song for the South. So, and I don't know which one it is, but certainly we're not getting much in the North. So it's the only type of recycling that they believe in, I guess. So, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about good and strong economy, it's not only about getting the biggest bang for your buck. It's about health care and education as well. So we talk about a strong economy, but you're not going to have a strong economy without quality health care and good first-class or quality education. Those are the touchstones of a strong economy, and no question of economic recovery exists without either of them. This government continues to show the people of Hamilton and Dalhousie, Northern New Brunswick, that their needs are not a priority in both aspects, among others. I want to talk to you a little bit about evidence of that, and first of all, with infrastructure, we've been the town of Dalhousie has been after repairs and asphalting and in their area on designated highway, and again, I can mention Route 134 is a priority for them from George Street in their community and their boundary up to the Point Glenem and the tracks, we call it, up there, and that hasn't been done in years, and it's getting worse and worse. In fact, some people may even apply for a fishing license to fish in the potholes after a rainstorm. They never know. That's how deep some of the potholes are. So wildlife fencing, we heard that there's a problem in other areas. There has to be a type of plan put in place to give us that wildlife fencing as soon as possible. Phase it in, so many kilometers every year, this and that. But let's get some hope up there. The Premier doesn't want us to drive at night because he says, we have no moose fencing, don't drive at night. That's the solution. So I don't think that's fair. And when we talk about transportation and all of that, I think we have some major infrastructures up there that need the attention of this government, one being the Port of Dalhousie, the other one being the Charlotte Airport. And I know that the government has come out, the minister has come out with a plan on airports, but again, I didn't see much for the Charlotte Airport, and the deadlines on those things and some of the things that had to be done were a little quickly. But I would suggest that maybe a suggestion, since we have to use the air ambulance so often, I think at one point in time there were about 150 trips of that air ambulance into the Charlotte Airport. It's used for Quebec as well. Their air ambulance comes into Charlotte and back and forth. I would suggest that maybe that could be a site for an air ambulance situation, fly from there to anywhere else in the province rather than the other way around. Regional bus service, the only thing we hear from the government is that we're talking about Moncton, we're talking about Fredericton, and we're talking about St. John, and they have a busing service there already. And why not start looking in rural New Brunswick for that type of system, see if they can implement even a small one, or even, I know there is a small Restigouche transportation program in Restigouche, work with volunteers where they pay some of the drivers their expenses to drive people around to medical appointments and maybe to go get their groceries and things of that nature. Well, they're always seeking more funding. And we talk about a government with a big surplus. What are they doing with it? What are they doing with it? So there's something that would really be beneficial, and that's what you have to look at. Via Rail, I mentioned that a couple of years ago during COVID and near the end of COVID, that we have to get Via Rail back to full service in Atlantic Canada. There's no reason why we are not having full service, so I'd ask the Transportation Minister, I'd ask the government, the Premier should intercede on that file and get it done. Simple as that. Now, another thing that interests me, and I was quite pleased to see, there's always something pleased to see in the throne speech. If I can find it, that's the wrong one. I'll try the new one. It's probably in the old one too somewhere. Let me see. Page, if I can find it here. Page, yeah, here. Okay. Here is this. It said early this year, talking about the past now, Early this year, the government announced up to $550,000 for Food Depot Alimentaire to expand its existing free breakfast program from 50 schools to 110. Fantastic. That's good news. There's nothing wrong with that. That's good. I salute you for that. The funding will go toward providing foods such as milk and other dairy products, eggs, fruit, vegetables. I commend you for that. That's fantastic. The only thing is, two things I'd want to comment on that. One is it's not new money. It's money that was set in the Department of Education budget for other items. They took it from that, put it in there. So why not with the surplus say, here's an additional 500? No. Let's find that 500,000 in the budget. And they tend to do that. Their budgets are nice. They've got all big budgets, but where are the surpluses coming from? They're not using their budget appropriately. The other thing I want to tell you is this. It's going to help 50 to 110 schools. Do you know, now in all sincerity, search in your hearts. The highest poverty rate in New Brunswick is right in Restigouche. It's a fact. StatsCan will give you all that. It's in Restigouche. Okay? And not one school in Restigouche was singled out for that 500,000. Not one. Not one in northern New Brunswick. Not one from Miramichi up. Now, we have children that go to school hungry. We have breakfast programs that we're trying to implement. We need money as much as anyone else. And plus, you're in a, let's face it, you're looking at an area that has a high poverty rate. Wouldn't you think you'd like to do something? Really, search your hearts. Search your hearts. And I want to hear tomorrow that you found another 500,000 for the schools in northern New Brunswick. In fact, all the schools, there's some schools down south didn't get it either. All the schools should have that automatically. There's no need for that. There's no need for that. And you know that. Search your hearts. So that's important too. So I just thought I'd mention that in passing. And the other thing is, and when we talk about affordability and education, I want to talk about the eConnect program. And again, the cost of living is going up. Everything is going up. University costs are going up. So that means tuition is going up. And right there now, there's very little help for post-secondary students. The Minister of Post-Secondary Education announced that the interest rates going forward for student loans are going to be eliminated, and that's good news, but he should have eliminated all the student loans. Go back. You got a big surplus. Use it. Go back 10 years and eliminate the interest, if there's still interest on any of those loans. Eliminate it. Cost of living, all of that, eliminate it. And the EI program, the Minister cancelled that automatically. No notice, no consultation, cancelled it. One of the excuses I guess he uses, well, the federal government told us to do it, or it's not in any other province. We're the last province that has it. And then I come to read a press release from Prince Edward Island. They still have the program. So, so I see I have my fan club over there back. I see I have my fan. I should not have mentioned his name. He tends to get riled up. Another thing that could help, les stages pour faire des programmes devraient être payés. Ça, c'est une autre chose qu'on demande pour des années, les étudiants et étudiantes qui vont à l'université, ça devrait être fait. The, when you talk about students doing their practicum, like a teacher wants to go to do their practice teaching, they need that to graduate and become teachers. Well, if they have to go to, if their course is here in UNB and they have an apartment here, they have to, and they're doing their practice teaching in Hamilton, they would have to travel there, rent a spot there for a couple of months. And the same thing with any other nurses going up and doing their practicum at the hospitals, in rural hospitals. They have to pay their own expenses there, getting there. They don't get any salary while they're there. The hospital's getting free salary. And most of these practicums are with the government, and it should, there should be some avenue. I'm sorry that I hope the Minister of Post-Secondary Education is listening very well. I know he listens to everything I have to say, seems to anyway. So there should be students given money for expenses and things of that nature. Speaking of education, I guess one of the things I do want to mention is that we were promised a school in Hamilton, a K-8 Anglophone school. We had a Francophone school built in the Balmoral area, and another Francophone school built in Hamilton, and the third one was to be an Anglophone school, and it was cancelled. And delayed, I guess, not cancelled, because it's still on the books. And I would ask that that be constructed as soon as possible. There's no reason why we should suffer a school that's almost 100 years old, parts of a school that are almost 100 years old. Both schools, it would replace 2 schools, actually 3, because Tydead has been closed in anticipation of this. And it would maybe give us a good ventilation system as well, and the same type of equipment that other schools have with regards to education. I think that's important to get that back on track. They have the site. The City of Hamilton invested over $200,000 to prepare the site, and then all of a sudden, bango, it's not being. So I think that's important to look at, and it's a request that we've made over and over again. We in Restigouche, we had a plan, and what we did there, we closed, I think, 14 or 15 schools in 3 or 4 years and replaced them, and that was the plan. We would consolidate certain schools, close them all up, one school, and we have the school in Balmoral, La Mosaic, and then the Appalachian, Le Galion des Appalaches in Hamilton. That replaced 4 or 5 schools, and the Anglophone school was left behind. That was the next one. All of a sudden, the government says, no, can't have it right there now. We want it somewhere else. So I think that should be looked at, and you don't have to be the education minister to look at it. I did speak with the education minister not too long ago, and I'm sure that he's aware of it, and we'll look at it in a good way. Healthcare is. While I'm on education, maybe I'll just mention immersion. And I'm not an expert, and I haven't seen very many experts talk about it in the chamber. I think it's a decision, ideological decision, I think, by the Premier, to be honest with you. I don't criticize the Premier very often. I respect the office. But I believe it's an ideological problem, and that he just doesn't want immersion, and that's it. But it's proven that immersion is the best way to learn a language. And I know the minister quite often has mentioned classroom composition quite often, but there are different ways of handling that. There's different ways of handling that. I remember when I was principal of it, when I became principal of a school in Dalhousie.
Members, please. Proceed, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I became principal of a school in Dalhousie, at that time, there were classroom composition grants available. They were paid for by the Teachers Association, and each school could apply for them. And I did apply for one, and I ended up with an extra teacher, and it's rotating through extra classes, helping out, and it worked well. And maybe that's another solution that could be used. When you look at the minister and the government use figures that there's only 28% at the end of the day and this and that. Well, maybe you should find out why there's only 28%. You know, and most of these students want to go on to university, and to get to university you need half-decent marks. You're doing in your second language. Also, you need to take certain courses that are mandatory. The science courses are very rarely done in second language, are very rarely available to students to take. So that's another reason why you have, but I'm not going to get into immersion. I guess everyone has their opinion, but I think that there's a better way of doing it. And one of the things, as president, when I was there, and we pushed for, was get some stability in the system. Get some stability. And I know the education minister understands that, and I think with his powers, with his skill at negotiating, I'm sure he will convince the Premier that maybe a delay wouldn't hurt. Maybe a delay wouldn't hurt a little bit. Okay. Now, That's unparliamentary, Mr. Minister. Anyway, on petition on health care, obviously we're suffering in Rescuers. I spoke earlier today about health care and the need to look at what's going on in Rescuers. I've spoken to ministers before. I've spoken to Vitalité before, and one of the things that we need is it's a regional hospital, full status. Our obstetrics was closed. Okay, le service d'accouchement de l'hôpital régional du Carleton est temporairement fermé depuis 2 ans. Temporairement, ils nous ont dit temporairement. Depuis 2 ans, les maires de la région de Carleton doivent se rendre à l'hôpital régional de Bathurst pour accoucher. Si le service est là, plutôt pendant les 2 mois passés, c'était fermé pour une petite secousse là. Ça, c'est 100 km de route. Il y a quelques jours, récemment, il y a une femme de la région du Rescouche qui a dû accoucher d'urgence. Elle a dû faire 100 km de route pour se rendre à Bathurst et elle a failli perdre l'enfant. 100 km de route en hiver. So there's examples of mothers going to Bathurst and almost losing, in a state of emergency, almost losing their child due to the emergency. And traveling in the wintertime for deliveries of babies is not a cup of tea. And I would say that the minister should make that a priority. I know if the minister made that a priority and gave the orders, it would be done. I know that. And that's what it has to be done. What happens with a lot of these areas, especially Vitalité, I find they're not very creative. Not very creative. They walk in, they want to know how they can close it. What's the fastest way to close something? They don't look at, oh, we can't do it, close it. Can't do it, close it. Be a little creative. Be a little creative. In fact, when they first closed the area, the obstetrics, it was supposed to be temporary, and they blamed the physicians. We didn't have enough coverage by the physicians. The physicians, you know what they did? They made a schedule. We made a schedule and say, here, we have coverage, month by month, 24 hours a day. We have it. We have the names here, and some of them were available all the time, and they have them there. You know what they were told? Oh, we don't have the nurses now. Well, we had the nurses before. Before it was the doctors. All of a sudden, it's the nurses. Well, the nurses were just placed in other departments. If this is a priority, take them back and fill with the nurses that are regular nurses. So, yeah, exactly. St. Joseph's Clinic, I noticed you mentioned it in the throne speech. Nice of you. In Dalhousie, multidisciplinary, the use of nurse practitioners, excellent, excellent. Good clinic, excellent. But there is one part that had to close, and that's the walk-in part. They don't accept any walk-in patients anymore. So where do they walk in? They have to go to the hospital, ER, because they have no doctors. They have no doctors. So there's another issue. We have a petition that my colleague and I will present later this week, and 8,441 signatures on it, asking for better health care, asking for health care at the Rescuers, at the Hamilton Regional Hospital to be maintained, all the services, and those that are not there to be returned. And that's something that the minister should make a priority. You know, that has to be done. We talked about recruitment and retention. One of the things that the Service Commission talked a lot about was having a recruiter just for our hospital and try it out, and also to have a full-time administrator. I must salute Vitalité. There is a recruiter now that is focused on the Hamilton Hospital, and that recruiter is local. I don't know how much power they have or how much it's going, but that's a step in the right direction. And the same thing as an administrator. We want a full-time person in the hospital, like a school. I see some principals around here in the room here. Like a school needs a principal. It needs a principal. Same thing with a hospital. Well, they have appointed someone. Not full administrative powers, not full, but it's in the right direction, and I thank the minister for that. and vitality for that as well. The other thing that I found very interesting, and I don't know, is the Centre of Excellence for Youth. I was quite impressed. I thought that I read the headline not too long ago. It said, Minister does a backflip. I said, my gosh, he should be on TikTok or something. He's in good shape, I'm telling you, with a backflip. And again, the Centre of Excellence, for those that don't understand it, was developed by people of Restigouche for a solution. They came to government looking for things that be happening in Restigouche. The government told them, you come up with something that you want that no one else, can say it's already there somewhere else. They came up with a Centre of Excellence for Youth Mental Health. And that was all done. Vitality approved it. Everything was going well. The construction started. It was 90% completed. It should have been opened 2 years ago. Instead, they decided to move it to Moncton. That Centre of Excellence would be running now and would be there serving the youth. And right in the meantime, the minister announced not too long ago that there would be 8 beds permanently left in Campbellton for that Centre of Excellence, and 8 beds in Moncton, the new site, which hasn't even been looked at yet. There's going to be long delays for that and double the costs. So he said that there would be 8, and that proves that we were right in the first place. That Centre of Excellence should have stayed in Campbellton. That's it. Yep, you listen to him, not me. He's one of your friends. The other thing that's important here is small business, and running out of time here a little bit, but still got I think I'm allowed another 10 minutes anyway because of the interruptions and everything else. I'm just going to go on to. We're not going to get into the COVID business. I think it was quite natural, but I accept to say that we didn't feel that we were well listened to during COVID for the business people, small and medium-sized business. I know that I can say to the Minister of Public Security, Public Safety, the Minister for Public Safety, if he can convey that message back to his staff, they were wonderful as far as listening and as far as enacting and as far as being creative, good staff, and they were responsive a lot of times. But one of the things that was a problem is, I'll give an example. If you were in Fredericton and they decided to close the Westmoreland Bridge and the St. Margaret's Bridge and not allow anyone across back and forth. Can you imagine that? Well, that's what they did to Campbellton and Pointe-à-la-Croix. We have 30% of the people who work in the hospital in Campbellton living on the other side. We have people who work over there. We have people over there that worked over here, back and forth. It was one community. We had both sides lived on New Brunswick time. Everything was there. The students from Listigouche at the high school make up 30% of that school population. They weren't allowed to come to their school. Weren't allowed to come to their school. Their school. Weren't allowed to come. And where was the Minister of Education? Nope. We gave them solutions. They could be bussed over, which they were always, bussed over into the school. They could have been tested. We weren't using our testing at that time. They could have used all those test kits that were in storage in the warehouse. They could have used all of that, test those kids every day, every kid in that school, and it would have lasted for 2-3 months, all those tests, until the next batch came in. So that's something that I just want to mention as well. So the government didn't listen very well. And didn't respond very well to what happened with COVID. I want to also talk a little bit about Indigenous affairs, the Aboriginal file. Mr. Speaker, I want to make it clear that the words truth and reconciliation require first getting the truth out, learning the truth, and that has to be taught in schools in a proper way, and ensuring that it is being taught throughout the curriculum. The Premier isn't interested in delving in history of colonialism and injustice and learning the proper way, which makes you wonder what he or his government is doing for reconciliation. The word reconciliation, Mr. Speaker, appears in a speech at the throne 4 times. 4 times. 4 fluffed-up sentences that do not explain anything apart from the fact that New Brunswick's government has created a website for New Brunswickers to visit to learn ways so they can support the calls to action. Mr. Speaker, under the government, the relationship between government and Indigenous peoples have deteriorated. No one can argue that. No one can argue that point. It's gone way south. This government has shown nothing but disrespect towards our First Nations. Examples: the refusal to have an inquiry on systemic racism, the tax agreements that were cut by the Premier very early in the mandate, cut without any warning and no replacement. Just the refusal of the land acknowledgement I mentioned earlier, not allowed to use it. Ban the public service from using it, although I don't know he'd be surprised to know that a lot of them are using it quite regularly. Le discours du trône affirme que nous sommes dans une nouvelle situation financière, mais ne présente aucune vision pour ce nouveau jour. Nous nous attendions à une vision axée sur le soutien à l'innovation, la technologie et les industries qui créent de la valeur ajoutée et de la croissance. So what we see here is that, Mr. Speaker, a government that presented a throne speech that had nothing in it, really, recycled stuff. I noticed the Minister of Public Safety talking about he had the mandate to do something. Well, I'd like to see the mandate letter. 4 years, no mandate letter. 4 years, no mandate letter. And so what are they doing? They don't know. The ministers don't know what they're doing. You're supposed to have a mandate letter, and the Premier took it upon himself during the Christmas break. He said he would do them 4 years ago. Look, that's 4 years ago. So, and that's the way the government works. They'll tell you what you want to hear. They'll tell you what you want to hear. All is good. Like the mental health advocate. Oh yes, we're all for it once it's gone. How about permanent residents allowed to vote? We heard from the minister he was all in favor. All in favor. He rushed everything through for changing, for a fusion of all the municipalities, but then permanent residents, are they allowed to vote?
Member, thank you very much. Member for Moncton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to all my fellow members here on the government side. First of all, I'd like to start off by thanking the voters of Moncton South for giving me this opportunity, not only to represent them, but to sit here in the legislature and to look after the great people of Moncton South and, of course, all of New Brunswick. So I appreciate that honor and thank them. I want to recognize, obviously, my wife, who has given me unbelievable support in this journey that I'm on here, in this mission, I guess, that we're on working together. So we've been a partner all our lives, and we're still a partner, even though she's not right here beside me. I thank her for all of her support and her encouragement, I guess, over the last few years and moving forward. And I also want to recognize my associate in the office, Brenda Berry, who's been with me since we started and is doing a phenomenal job of taking care of business and helping out in the constituency office and liaison with the different people that we interact with on a daily basis in Moncton South. I rise with honor to speak on behalf of the people of Moncton South. I'd like to speak in support of our government's throne speech and how it relates to our lives and our world. I often tell friends and colleagues how we are a shining example of growth and opportunity in Moncton South. Having lived and worked my whole life in Moncton, I've experienced our highs and our lows, our potential and our progress. I've seen people and business hatch, grow, and thrive over many years. And as one of our downtown business-oriented people recently noted on the pages of the Times and Transcript, success follows hard work and not the other way around. Mr. Speaker, this past Saturday I was honored to sell poppies at the City Market for the Legion Branch No. 6 in Moncton South. The poppy symbolizes the sacrifices made in past conflicts of right versus wrong and good versus evil, freedom versus oppression, and humanity versus the powers of darkness. Mr. Speaker, this past July at the Elmwood Cemetery, the oldest and largest cemetery in our city, a new memorial was dedicated to the 340 veterans resting there. It was erected last November, actually, but the pandemic pushed back the official opening ceremony until this past summer. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you and everyone who supports our work here in the Legislature. I want to say a special thank you to the Pages and say how much I hope they enjoy their experience as they support our freely elected government and our efforts here. They have arrived at a critical point in our history. Thank you all for being here. Too many of our fellow humans are not living freely or safely in a free nation with a freely elected government. Just as we have taken on the global climate emergency, we must never forget the ongoing global human emergency and the role we must play on the side of democracy, freedom, and basic human rights. Countries like Russia and Iran, with vast resource wealth and humanity records ranging from oppressive to monstrous, are on the attack. I would echo our throne speech and thank those who opened their hearts and homes earlier this year to refugees fleeing Russia's brutal and unjust war in the Ukraine. I would also echo the call to duty in our throne speech in response to Russia's strangling of natural gas to Europe. Given the energy crisis that is underway in Europe, our province is ideally positioned to help. Mr. Speaker, New Brunswick is better suited than any jurisdiction to export liquefied natural gas to Europe, better suited than any jurisdiction I can think of around the world. Russia and Iran have exponentially more natural gas than any other countries on Earth and currently occupy the spotlight as vying for the most despicable treatment of their fellow humans. They rank 1 and 2 by an enormous margin for volume of gas supplies and those supplies that will last well into the future. As I said, this is a moment in history as a free world. The free world struggles to transition off of carbon, even as Russia has forced the reopening of coal-burning plants and China opens new coal-burning plants within regularity. And Mr. Speaker, our made in New Brunswick natural gas deposits are amazingly cleaner. They contain no carbon dioxide or hydrogen sulfides. As I said, it seems as though fate has shown us our duty at this moment in time. It is unthinkable that any political messaging and ideology could so blindly ignore reality as to urgent action. History teaches us, however, that even when the world was locked in at an all-or-nothing struggle against the forces of Nazi Germany and Adolf Hitler, there were those here at home who were otherwise occupied. Mr. Speaker, New Brunswick has also been leading the conversation on advanced small modular nuclear reactors. Based on our leadership role in the last 40 years of nuclear energy, yes, 40 years, we are again living in the moment in time where we can punch above our weight. In the transition to non-emitting sources of energy, it is a truly challenging and exciting time in New Brunswick. While I was at the market selling poppies, back to that, I had a lot of people stop by and talk about the state of our province, our successes, and our challenges. Everybody wants to talk, and it's interesting to hear their stories. After 2 years of COVID, I sensed a real change this year in energy and attitude. I'll say Claudette and I have been selling poppies at the market for quite a few years now, and you kind of get to see all the regulars, and it's good to have them back. People are excited and positive. I was given 2 trays of poppies to sell over 2 days, actually last Saturday and this coming Saturday. We sold them both last Saturday. Like, the sales were way up, the reaction of people, the supported people were really encouraging. Sales are up overall, like I say, but the traffic was up and the vibe was positive. And to hear and listen to the people in the market and the buzz, I guess, it's really encouraging, because we've had obviously a couple of tough years, not just in the city market, but in a lot of the different areas of commerce and retailing. But it's back. People are feeling good about themselves. They're feeling good about business and the economy, and they're especially feeling good about the province of New Brunswick that they've chosen to live in. Mr. Speaker, As I mentioned, the riding of Moncton South is the poster child for growth and opportunity. We have tremendous potential for continued progress in the 21st century. But that progress must include everyone to be truly successful. We have many residents, as we've heard, suffering from poverty, homelessness, addictions, mental and physical health problems, and the devastating effects of drugs and other crime. I was proud to attend an important announcement in our city recently that will double the funding to support emergency shelters and reduce homelessness. My colleague, the Minister of Social Development, was on hand to announce that the provincial government is investing $8 million over the next 3 years to better support emergency shelters and help reduce chronic homelessness. Our government is doing this while making the most significant investment in social housing in over 50 years. Over the next 3 years, this government will spend $102.2 million on building hundreds of new housing units.
Thank you, member. Time is up for the day, but we'll allow you to resume first thing in half an hour. Call the government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the adjournment of the House.
The government House Leader moves that the House be now adjourned. All those in favour of the motion, please say yea. Yay. All those opposed, please say nay. Yay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the House now be adjourned. Thank you, members. Right now.